Second.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Mr. Robinson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 9. Under the regular agenda, discussion and possible action on a proposal from K. Freeze and Associates for a drainage study of the park. We had a discussion about this at the last council meeting and meetings before that. We did get back with K. Freeze quickly after the last meeting. We thought that they would have this proposal to you with a scope of work this evening. I know that AB's working on it because he and I talked about it specifically during our walkthrough the other day, but spoiler alert, we don't have it from them yet. So I'm sorry for that. We did ask. Did he tell us when he would expect to have that?
He's hoping to have draft proposals to us early next week to review ahead of bringing to the next meeting.
Okay, so we will bring that back. 9, 10, and 11. 9 is the only thing before you right now. 9, 10, and 11 all sort of relate, so we can. We thought we would have 9 for you this evening. We don't. But it's still before you, and I'm happy to move on to 10 and 11, or we can pause here. I'm happy to take my lashing. Yes, ma'am.
I have continuing concern about K-Freeze being able to take on this water drainage project. Have we looked at anyone else to give us a estimate of a study? Is there a reason to do that? You know, it's been 3 months since we requested a proposal.
I think there is good reason to do that. It's one reason that I was kind of trying to wait on this Innovation Water Solutions, the group that we met with. I personally think that they're probably better suited to do the type of drainage study that we're talking about for the park. I was really impressed with the guy when we did that walkthrough. And we didn't have that until just the day after our last council meeting. We now have that for your review on that more isolated set of projects. But I think that that's what they do, is that type of water infrastructure analysis. So it remains to be seen, and we haven't talked to them about the bigger project because we were staying focused on that smaller one, and then we added that other one that you and I talked to him about that's in the proposal today. So anyway, long answer to your question. I think there are other good folks to do it. I think Innovative Water Solutions would be a good group to ask for that larger request, and he seems to be back from holidays and vacation and seems to be engaged, and probably would be a little bit more engaged with the larger project too. So.
It just seems, not a criticism of KFA, but it just seems they're up to their eyeballs in work, and we would get better attention.
That's honestly where I am too on it.
Okay.
So.
All right.
All right, with that, we'll move off of agenda item number 9, move on to agenda item number 10, discussion and possible action on a proposal from Innovative Water Solutions for drainage improvements to the upper park. I'll turn it over to Ashley, but this is the long-awaited proposal that we had asked for from Innovative Water Solutions. He kind of broke it up, and just for council, so council had never, we had never talked about, in this council meeting, had not talked about this lower portion that's over kind of on Nixon. Well, we've talked about it in the past, but not in the context of Innovative Water Solutions. There's this retaining pond over here that I'm not going to say it fills up because it never holds water long enough to fill up.
It's a detention pond, so it's not supposed to hold water.
True, but it doesn't do much detaining either. It's just sort of a quick stop before it heads on down Nixon. We looked at that actually with Innovative Water Solutions that day, and we kind of, Councilwoman Brown explained to him what's happening in that stretch. And he made some real quick analysis of like, well, you don't have, there's 2 or 3 things he said that we didn't have, that it probably wasn't really constructed correctly the first time. There were some pretty easy fixes that he and I sort of talked through there on the spot. So, and that's one indication why I think he would be a good fit for kind of a larger, because we even talked like, do we need to tear all this out? And after talking to him about it, he was like, no, I think you could do some really pretty cost-effective solutions here that would actually make this detain long enough to get some actual downstream relief. So anyway, you'll see that that's what's in the proposal. We told him to just throw it in there since he was having that larger discussion. Anything that I'm forgetting on that?
No.
Okay. So anyway, it's before you as requested. So there you have it. Do with it what you would like. I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Well, I would like to discuss the tasks that are identified here a little bit. The task number 1, which was $695 for a schematic design that would be associated with the proposed retaining wall in the upper park. And it seems to me that's a pretty decent number to get some confidence that we're not going to create any kind of additional drainage issue with the runoff from the French drain that would be going in. And also when we talked with, let me get his name, Chris, the day he was here, the mayor had a suggestion that the runoff from, if you look at the schematic for that retaining wall, it has the drain pipe from the French drain coming down on, if you're facing Hatley, facing Nixon, it would be coming down on the right side of the stairs, maybe 5 feet or so from the stairs, where there's erosion already and there's pooling of water at the bottom of that during a rain. And so this would, what the mayor and Chris and the group talked about was perhaps running that drain pipe a different direction to the wall, a little further down to the right side of the stairs, so that it would, the water that would come out of that pipe would be behind the pavilion. And then that is coupled with the task number 2, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor, but task number 2 would be how to create a detention area between those large stones that are behind the pavilion and the fence and the existing cliffside, so that the water that comes off of the spout from the retaining wall could be retained there. It's part of a larger project, but I think my recommendation would be that maybe what we do is ask for the task 1 and task 2 designs to be developed, see if we enjoy working with IWS on those. As I understand, that would be funds for IWS to develop schematic drawings for how that could be handled and then bring those back to us. And I think that would give us both a start with IWS and also a pretty reasonable cost to begin dealing with the drainage issues that are along that cliffside.
I think that's an accurate assessment, and I agree with you. The dollar amounts, I think, are right. And just to be clear, I think that certainly task 1 would make sure that, for instance, when you get to agenda item number 11, if you were to choose a contractor, task 1 would make sure that contractor then does that project in a way that's going to maximize the retention and make sure that it, everything functions correctly. And then the task 2 would be, to your point, part of kind of a larger, and honestly, I think we could even, if we were to go back to, like, task 2 and also this other project that's mentioned later on, that task 3.
Task
like
3.
like 2 and 3 really could be easily combined into that larger thing that we're talking about easily. I think, in fact, I think they would be 2 key components of that larger project. And task 1 would really take care of that immediate need for the retaining wall that we've discussed and that you'll discuss again here on agenda item 11. So yeah, I think
So,
you're
yeah.
correct. Yeah.
And I wouldn't have a problem adding task 3 either.
And all of these, for the design piece, I think they're all very reasonable.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
May I be recognized on this?
Yes, sir.
So, task 1, I support. Task 3, I support. If we have a dysfunctional existing detention pond, that seems like a fairly low cost to come up with a design solution to attenuate the outflow from that detention pond. I'm a little bit concerned about task 2 for a couple of reasons. One, I'm not sure I understand it, but also, I probably need more explanation of the concept of what's going on there. But also, one of my concerns is that I'd like to see a drainage study of the overall park so that we can look at what our water flow rates are, what our runoff rates are, what kind of water volumes we're talking about, so we can determine, in the more comprehensive drainage study, for example, where all our runoff is coming from that goes down to the Pleasant Cove intersection where there's some flooding, because I don't think all that water's coming off the park. And I think a good bit of the water that is coming off the park is actually going east and not going west down to this area that we're talking about.
Going east where?
It's going east towards the Western Hills Athletic Club, and it runs off the parking lot there where it caused a significant erosion along our fence line with the athletic club. And then it flows north from there down to a draw that's part of the park area that isn't used or isn't developed, that is north and east of the back parking lot behind fields 3, 4, and 5.
That ends up in the same.
It does end up in
In
the
the
same
same
area,
place.
but that's my point, is that most of the water that's ending up in the place that the problem we're trying to solve doesn't come from the area where we're talking about designing mitigation problems. And that until we look at the bigger picture and look at how much water is actually coming from the fields flowing east and north and getting down there that way, that we might be better served to look at it holistically if we're talking about solving that intersection problem and detaining that water. And a good bit of the water that ends up down at that intersection, from what I can tell from the maps, also comes from the street flow in the area south of the park and west of the park, and not necessarily from the park itself. So I think that an overall drainage study might be effective so that we could prioritize drainage solutions. I think there's potential for example, for a detention pond just north of Western Hills, north and east of the back parking lot by fields 3, 4, and 5, that would be easily constructed and might actually detain a much larger volume of water than what we're talking about capturing here in this lower park retaining wall French drain situation. I don't know, but I think that if this guy's qualified, I would encourage you, if you want to be the one that takes the lead on it, or staff, or whoever we get to work on it. And I know Brooke Brown showed up for a meeting. I would have showed up if I'd known about it. But we could, I think, get a bigger picture and maybe come up with a more strategic approach to the overall drainage problem.
Let me offer this before we head down this road. What I could do also is we could take task 1. You could give approval to do task 1. We could get him going on task 1. Then I could ask him to take task 2 and 3 and keep them in there. Keep them. Put a pin in them. But come back out and then show him the larger, because we only walked 2 sections, and show him everything and say, now take task 2 and 3 and combine that into the same sort of presentation that you did for the whole shooting match, for the whole park. Go ahead.
I think all of that's a good idea. I do think, however, for task 2, that if you look at the lower park, the playgrounds there and the grassy areas are getting pretty eroded and are pretty soggy and mosquito filled. And so if we can fix that relatively cheaply, I think it's worth spending a little money to see if we can get a fix there that will improve the soil quality for the lower part, because it's eroding around the pavilion, you know. It's not our biggest drainage problem, but it's one that will be noticed, I think, by a lot of the resident. Improvements there would be appreciated, I think.
Yeah.
The issue on the issue at the where the water's coming off on Pleasant Cove, the prior K-Freeze drainage study did a fairly good analysis of how much water there is there. And maybe what we can do is have the IWS take a look at that study and give us their opinion on it. If you look at the individual projects that are in that report, there's some pretty good data about where the water's coming from and flows. And this task 3, I have a concern about, because if you live along Nixon, you now know that after every significant rain, it's almost impassable to get through at the low point on Nixon where it comes down off Park Hills. And yes, there is a lot of water that comes off of Park Hills into that spot, but there's a lot of water that comes off this parking lot. It just gushes out of after a 2-inch rain, it gushes out of that pipe that's this big for a significant amount of time. But I think it's worth doing all of that.
I do too, and if I could, I think that, the anecdotal evidence about where the water comes from and how much it is good, but these things are easily calculated in terms of gallons
That's
per
what that
minute flow
K-Freeze
rates.
does.
And I think it's a great idea that you have to have K-Freeze data and previous study, give it to this guy, let him look at how much of that is coming off the park versus other places, and where does most of it come off from the park, and where are the opportunities, looking at the big picture, to capture some of that and attenuate that water flow. And particularly, we've got later on the agenda an idea for the Park Commission wants to put some trees, and I think they want to put them along the ball fields, on the east side of the ball fields along that parking lot. And if they do, I think it might be useful to also talk about maybe getting a curb designed along there that would protect those trees from cars parking up on them, and also would provide a fire lane. But that's also going to require a drainage study to know how do the grades get affected by that? How does that affect water flow? How do we use that parking lot to improve flow, and maybe not necessarily wash it all into that ditch that's washing out our fence, but instead might carry some of it along that curb in a gutter system. So I think that's all something that benefits from a more comprehensive look at the whole upper park and even lower park drainage issues.
Yeah, I agree. And task 3 first of all, it's an easy fix based on what he and I talked about, and it's probably a pretty, it's a very affordable fix too.
I agree. I'm supportive of task 1 and 3, but going forward now, because they're discrete projects.
Right.
And on task 2, there's an estimate of what that project would cost. It's a pretty good number,
Big number.
$85,000. But if we spend $2,500 to get an analysis, then maybe we can find a cheaper way to fix it. But we can't
Right.
begin until we get some better analysis of where the runoff's coming and what options there are.
And my concern is there might be 5 times more water volume that's going east over there towards Western Hills and going down that draw, and that's where we might want to spend $85,000
Well, I
doing
think
detention.
we can do the analysis
Yeah.
for both,
I think
and
we
then make
should.
our decision where we're gonna spend the money.
And
Right, exactly.
and-
That's what I'm
That's
recommending.
what I'm,
And let me jump in too, because I think it's probably worth the dollars to look at how to design that in task 2. I agree with you that I think there's probably going to be a decent amount of excess volume that is able to be detained in that space. And in the back of my mind, I know that, in the next year, this council will get to make some decisions related to the remodel of this facility. And it is not a far jump to figure out if there is some excess detention ability down there, that you could get some added detention ability in that location. So even if we needed to, if there is a great deal of additional detention volume that's at our disposal there on in a rain event, then I think it wouldn't. My point to you is it wouldn't be a wasted
It's not-
endeavor,
Yeah.
even if we have some excess. We're short places to put water when it rains, so if we can create a new one, we'll find some water to put in it, and a way to get it there. Anyway, but I'm up for whatever you guys want to do.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to get my thoughts on this. I'm for task 1, I'm for task 3. Task 2, not so much. I mean, $80,000, I don't understand why we'd want to spend money on that if we don't have a budget to actually build something for it. Like, it just seems to me like just not, even if there are like opportunities, we go through this process and find that there's like a cheaper, it's not 80, it's not going to be drastically different, I don't think. And so what I would say is like put this in like something we can budget for next year. Like that's my thought.
No, that's fair.
And I like what you're saying there, and also if he does a more comprehensive look, and there might be 2 or 3 other projects that he could also give a rough cost estimate on, then we could prioritize them and decide which ones we want to put into the budget process and design them once we're ready to start budgeting for the project itself. But I also support 1 and 3.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned that we're doing a lot of this kind of piecemeal without having an overall plan. Because 1 involves putting a pipe that collects the water that comes from, behind the French drain, behind the retention, the retaining wall. And you have to know where that pipe is gonna discharge. Is it going to the right of the stairs, to the left of the stairs? What are you doing? I would have a problem with us putting it behind the current limestone wall down there if we don't have some mechanism to deal with water that we're collecting and sending there behind a retaining wall that's right there next to the playscape. I don't think that's a smart move. We need to know where the water's coming from and where it's going, and then address it in a comprehensive way instead of doing little pieces and spending money here and there, and then you have to keep reassessing because then you've changed the drainage. There are definite issues with that detention that was put in, starting with no curbing on the parking lot, because there's a lot of water that comes off that parking lot and goes across the slope instead of into that detention pond. So it's not just changing how the outflow is, it also needs to make sure it's actually collecting the water instead of sending it and washing out our trail every time it. So there's more that needs to be looked at there. I don't know what all they looked at. I would say these numbers look really cheap, which makes me think that they're not very comprehensive on what they're looking at, and I think we need a more comprehensive look at our drainage before we start spending money on projects.
Okay. Council? I'm happy to take a motion or not take a motion.
I make a motion that we approve task 1 and 3, and that we also ask the engineer to look at the park overall and propose whatever other drainage projects that he would recommend, and give us both a cost estimate for the design work and for the underlying construction of any other drainage improvements he recommends so that we can prioritize them going forward, but move ahead with 1 and 3 now.
You have a motion to move forward with task 1 and task 3 and ask the firm to present an additional proposal. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. Robinson. Further discussion.
I'm wondering if on one, I appreciate Sarah's point of we need to know where ultimately that water's going to be dumped, but I think hopefully if we get some kind of comprehensive with them looking at K-freeze and all that, that is an easy, it can, the pipe can go here or it can go here. I don't think that should hold up the big part of the design so that we could get bids and do all that stuff with the retaining wall, most of it. I mean, either the pipe goes over here, it goes over here. And that also is something that I believe we can flexibly move a pipe, a drainage pipe, should we need to, if something unforeseen comes up later on. So I think starting to build some form of a relationship with this guy to see whether or not he can actually get us this more comprehensive. Everybody seems to agree we need a comprehensive park study, and I think this is a good way to, as you said, low cost, test drive this guy and see whether or not we get what we need.
And I will say, in relation to task 3, to your point, Sarah, he did look up and see that there probably needed, in addition to the easy fix at the pipe, he acknowledged like there needs to be some additional grading and some different. So I think he noticed what you're talking about too in that. In relation to task 1, he seemed confident too. There were some other levers that he felt like he could sort of speak to with that detention, or not detention, but that retaining wall related to spreading the flow as opposed to putting it in a pipe and dumping it somewhere. Like, I think he would do some calculation on how much water we're dealing with there and account for that and how far he would tell the contractor to leave the grade below the top of the retaining wall, right? And so if you leave 6 inches or you leave 8 inches, you're slowing that flow down, even if you're not putting it in a pipe to put it somewhere. So I think there's some of those levers that he talked about that day that I think that he would be adjusting as well. So.
And I think the water that's going to be behind that retaining wall is going to be, in the grand scheme of things, rather minimal, especially if we move the drain spouts appropriately instead of shooting them right down that,
Which we should have already done.
which we should have already done.
But also, the retaining wall is not going to increase the water flow
Right.
in
Right.
any way whatsoever. All it's going to do is slow it down regardless of where any pipe comes out. And pipes are easily moved even by
You're
our
gonna
maintenance.
concentrate it, though.
Excuse me. The pipes are easily moved even by our maintenance department. You're talking about a minimal effort whatsoever.
But I think that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure that he would necessarily concentrate it. I think he was thinking there could be some other things that you could do by not even, like in adjusting. I forgot the terminology that he used for that space that he was talking about. But my point is, I think that he thought there were some other things you could do to mitigate and make that whole system work well, which is what I think he's covering in task 1.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
In that regard, as I recall from that conversation, he was also talking about there would be, in the design he had in mind, and I don't know, we'll have when we get to item 11, whether that's been incorporated or not, but as he was explaining it, that retaining wall itself can be a retention wall.
Right.
And it seems to me we're at the point where we all have the same objective here. We don't quite have enough information to be fully informed on what's a good option. And I think maybe we hold this over one more meeting. And in the meantime, we have, I would like, I don't know how we do this, but if we could have a field trip again with Chris from IWS, where those who didn't get to attend last time can attend, then I think we'll have the information we need to feel comfortable about making a decision. I think if you look at number 2, and if you have walked along, task number 2, if you've walked along or looked at the water coming off the lower park onto Hatley, there's a little waterfall that happens right where, from the lower park onto Nixon, from the lower park onto Nixon, right where the generator is. There's actually a waterfall that's created, so there's a lot, there's more water than you'd think. It's not the major problem, I agree, but there's a lot of water there. And that when there is, we're now gonna have to have gates across Nixon unless we do something pretty soon because of the depth of the water at Park Hills and Nixon, when there's a significant rain. So, we've got tasks we need to do. I think, and I'll ask again, Mr. Mayor, K-Freeze has done a study, was that 6 years ago, five or 6 years ago?
Probably 5. Probably
Ellen?
it predated the CIP. So, right. Yeah.
If, I'd like to hear what Councilmember Hudson has to say about what she would like to see as the scope of a drainage study. Would it be the same as what K-Freeze did in that study 5 or 6 years ago? Would it be, can we do a study, would we want to do a study at that level, that depth of information just for the park? Or have K-Freeze or have another engineering group, if K-Freeze can't do it quickly, have another group look at that prior study that did include the park and update it? What would be what you would like to see?
I don't think that there was a whole lot of assessment of the runoff coming from the park in the K-Freeze study. Like from the park itself, I don't remember there being a whole lot of,
I don't recall exactly. I think
Evaluation
there's
of that.
something in it because when I talked to AB, he referenced that study and he referencing it in their scope of work, which is my guess is he got into that, and that's probably why we don't have it tonight. I don't know, but I don't know.
Could we circulate that previous study to council?
Yes, we can.
I mean, the parking lot was put in before they did the study, so that was done by a different engineering firm and several engineering firms back. And the grading on the parking lot was not good because it washes out trails in multiple places. Water comes from the street into the parking lot. They had to change the driveway because it was washing, coming into the driveway instead of staying in the street when it was put in. The direction of the flow coming out of that detention facility kind of goes straight across the street, which is not the best place to put it across the street. It should be going down the curb. There's just, all of the water coming from behind City Hall. If we're getting ready to remodel City Hall, we've got water coming into the police department. In the past, that needs to be assessed. you know, you can move pipes, but if you grade something, when you put it in, you're grading it to the low point where you want to collect the water. So once you've put it in, it's not just a matter of saying, oh, I'm gonna take that pipe over here, because if it's not coming
Right.
from the low point, that doesn't necessarily drain it properly. I just think that we need to, instead of doing these little bitty, you know, $600 here and there, and, you know, $30,000 for a retaining wall and whatever, that we need to look at all of the issues and make sure that we are not spending money to fix one little thing here that then causes a problem later, or that we then have to pull out and redo because it's not fixing the problem in the long term, and we need to address it that way. So I don't have any problem. I don't know anything about IWS. I don't necessarily have a problem with them being involved in this. I just don't know that it's,
What, maybe,
the tasks don't seem comprehensive enough to me to be giving us a full picture of what we need to fix. And so I would like to see a more comprehensive assessment proposed before we start spending money on any of these fixes.
Okay.
May I?
Ms. Brown?
if I could, press you just a little bit on that, Sarah, Ms. Hudson, would that be, the level of, describe the level of detail and kind of what the time frame would be as you see that kind of study, this kind of study you would like to see? What would be the time frame?
I could not tell you how long that would take. That would,
Okay.
you know, that would be something that we would need to get from the engineering firm that's gonna do the assessment, so.
Well, it seems to me either we, where I am is that we either put this off until the next meeting, have, better information, another opportunity for council members to meet with IWS and look at these issues. Or we go back to the drawing board with respect to a drainage study, and we send out an RFP, and we indicate what we want in that RFP, you know, what level of detail we want in the RFP, and we put it out for bid. And have timeliness of response a component of that bid.
May I, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mayor?
Yeah.
So, the motion that I made, does call for a proposal that takes a comprehensive look at the entire park. And I thought your suggestion, Ms. Brown, of having this engineer look at the previous drainage study by K-Freeze was an excellent idea. And using whatever data is available from that study and doing any additional water flow calculations that are necessary, I think this engineer should give us a bigger picture of the entire park, of where the bigger flow rates are and what other opportunities he sees to attenuate that flow with detention or other tools, and give us a cost for designing them and also an estimated cost for the solutions that he's proposing so that we could prioritize them and budget them. I would suggest that we let the city administration, the mayor, and our city administrator take those actions rather than council trying to meet with engineers and plan those projects. I don't think that's really our role necessarily of executing these things, and I think it'd be better if they did it. But I also, in my motion, asked that we approve 1 and 3, because 1 is a simple retaining wall, and its primary function is not to solve drainage problems, but to solve an erosion problem. And it's a very simple solution to a very simple problem, and we've turned it into, a much bigger issue having to do with the flooding at Pleasant Cove near your home, Ms. Brown, and
It's
also.
not-
No, it's a legitimate concern. I'm not belittling the concern whatsoever, and I'm sure you'll get to respond to me when I'm finished. But we've turned it into a bigger issue of studying, the causes of the drainage that are problems downstream, and whether how this, retaining wall that prevents erosion might cause further drainage problems downstream when it doesn't increase any water flow whatsoever. It actually slows it. And before we critique the engineer's design of the retaining wall and any French drain or drains that it may involve, or swales, or overflow elevations, or detention, or diffuse weep holes in the bottom of it, before we critique it, let's let him design it. It's $690. This is a retaining wall to address a problem of erosion. It's not a drainage solution, it's an erosion solution, and it's one that addresses a problem that has been around for years that nobody's been able to get anything done on. And it's something that the Park Commission voted for and asked us to do. It's something that the Community Development Corporation voted for and agreed to fund. So let's not overcomplicate an erosion problem. Let's get it done. And number 3 seems to be a simple defective detention pond that there is a simple solutions for. Let's let him do that. I agree with both of you, or at least particularly with you, Ms. Hudson, that we do need a comprehensive look at it, and they should look at the whole thing. Let's let them do that. But these discrete issues are simple. I think we could move forward with them on 1 and 3.
Mr. Mayor? I'd just like to correct
Yes,
a
ma'am.
statement from Mr. Glasheen.
Sure.
We have 2 problems with water off the park. One is at the top of Pleasant Cove. The other is where Park Hills meets Hatley. So there's 2 problems there.
Nixon.
Nixon.
I'm sorry, I keep saying Hatley, I mean Nixon, where Park Hills meets Nixon. That there's a lot of drainage. Part of it comes from the park, part of it's coming from the parking lot, part of it's coming from the north end of the lower park, and is part of the drainage that's coming off the upper park. And so those 2 issues, I would say they are gonna require some bucks and some comprehensive engineering. And I think the question is, do we wanna get a comprehensive plan that looks at the park, large projects and small projects before we proceed with one small project? Or do we want to wait and get a comprehensive plan before we proceed? And so I don't have enough information tonight to be able to do that. We don't know how long it will take K-Freeze to do a study. We don't know how long it will take to get a comprehensive plan. So I can't evaluate the pros and cons of what's before us right now.
Mr. Mayor.
I would agree that we do a comprehensive drainage study. I think we've needed it. We've got we've gotten 2 in the last decade, one in 2014, L&B, which was park only, and then another one I think there are portions of the K-Freeze study that address the drainage off the Western Hills and the park onto Pleasant Cove, I can't make a decision tonight because I don't have enough information. I don't know when we could get a comprehensive study done or how much it would cost. That timing seems to be the major issue for some people, some council members. I want to make sure we do something productive.
Okay. Thank you.
We've also changed the grading on the park.
Right.
Since we've had any studies done, so that will impact the direction of flow and.
Okay. I'll take public comment on agenda item number 10. Go ahead.
Yeah, Shanti Jaykumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. I am encouraged to hear y'all, that y'all are all coming back to having a comprehensive study. There's no shortcuts to be taken. And I will vouch for Sarah Hudson here, who I have worked with has been on the council since when I was on the council in 2008. And she's our civil engineer who knows all about water flow and all of that stuff that deals with drainage. And my concern here is that water coming down back in that creek goes back into where y'all are trying to fix a $2 million project. And the water coming from the pool, if they change their, the configuration of the impervious cover, you're going to get more water coming down Pleasant Cove. Where is all that going? It's not just from the park. And then over here, it was an afterthought when they put a few rocks there to slow down the water coming out of that big old, we know that. It was just coming out. And then there is water coming down from Randolph Place, which comes down there and joins Nixon, comes down here, goes back in there. There's water coming from all over the place.
Right.
And remember, Pleasant Cove was a quarry at one time. That whole place was a big old hole there. People who didn't have, big item,
Bulk trash pickup?
that was a trash for lots of things. So the people that built there had to go to EPA and all of these places to put in 19, what do you call them, Sarah? The metal things that you put in so that the ground doesn't go under. They had to build up from the ground up, so they had a stable foundation.
They had to put in piers?
A pier, yeah, right, something like that. So we know the history of that whole area. It cannot be addressed piecemeal, please. I think you're on the right page asking for a complete study of the park and how the upper park impacts the lower one and the lower park impacts your new project down on Pleasant. And we don't want to alter that and have to go back and spend more money. So I think a little caution on that. We've lived here long enough to see how this water problems persist. So I think y'all are on this right page asking for I applaud you all for doing that. But please, whoever you find somebody that can do a comprehensive study on the drainage. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Shanti. Appreciate it. Okay, council, you have a motion to approve task 1 and 3 and request a comprehensive proposal from the same IWS firm. We've had robust discussion. I'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No?
No.
There being 3 ayes, if I've misstated that, let me know. 3 ayes and 2 nays, the motion carries. Okay, thank you, council. Any additional items on agenda, any additional
Yes.
motions on agenda item number 10? Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
We're still, I don't want to move off of 10.
You're still on 10.
The council approved 3 meetings ago a motion to obtain proposals for a comprehensive drainage study of the park. We've approved that. Where do we go on that issue
So,
from now?
so my thought would be,
We've not gotten the study back from
yeah.
K-Freeze.
So my thought would be, we still have this K-Freeze proposal on order. Thought we'd have it tonight. We didn't, but it's still coming. And so I would say we probably would then just, with this latest motion, we'll just ask Innovative Water Solutions to essentially do the same thing. You'll have 2 things before you to consider.
And Ms. Hudson, Councilmember Hudson, what would be your opinion about whether we open up the proposal for a full drainage study beyond K-Freeze?
If we get something from IWS, that gives us at least another option to look at, and see what they propose.
And,
I-
okay.
It's true, because you may not like either one, and so you might, at that
Do we
point,
know we're gonna get a K-Freeze study, K-Freeze proposal
yes.
by next council meeting?
We thought it would be this council meeting, so I can't imagine that it wouldn't be by next.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, with the amount of money we spend for them, you can make that happen.
I thought I did last week, but I will give it another shot. So, yes.
I think we need to make them, it's either next month or we go elsewhere.
I will I will make that point.
All right, that's all I had to say.
And to the mayor and to Ashley, I mean, I appreciate y'all's deference to council, but also I think you guys are the ones who are talking to these people. You guys can tell us if you guys think you need another proposal from
Sure.
another company, or if you're satisfied that this is getting executed in the way that it should be done, because, you know, we do, you know, give policy direction, but you guys are the ones who are actually executing things.
Well,
So-
well, yes, I agree, and we'll impress upon them to put their best foot forward, and I hopefully that they will. So, okay, with that, we will move off of agenda item number 10, move on to agenda item number 11, somewhat related. Discussion and possible action to select a contractor to construct a retaining wall in the upper park near the field house. This is Mr. Glasheen's item. We have discussed it. It is a continuation of the current discussion, so recognize Mr. Glasheen to open up.
I think we'll have to have the design back from this engineer that we've just authorized the design work on that before we can bid it. But once we do, I would like to let the mayor or city administrator or executive branch go forward with that. And I'd like to just, you know, the idea of this agenda item is to authorize them to proceed and obtain bids from whoever they deem appropriate at the time that the design work has been delivered.
Sounds good. Happy to move off of it. I will say before we move off of it, I did let him know that we've already had some communication with a couple of contractors, and he was fine with working with whoever. So, and I think we actually reached out to some others, did we not?
We did.
Okay, so we'll bring that back if you're okay moving off of
I am.
agenda item number 11. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number, no action taken on agenda item number 11. Moving on to agenda item number 12, discussion and possible action on a draft ordinance regarding certain sport court regulations. Ms. Wayman, this is a continuation of discussions from last month, and I'll give it to you.
Sure. So at the last meeting, we were asked to come back with ordinances that would apply to the pickleball discussions that we were having last month. There are two separate ordinances you'll notice for items 12 and 13. 12 is everything not in the zoning ordinance, zoning chapter. So these are things that could be approved by the city council without the need for a public hearing. And then the following item is all of the zoning regulations that would have to go through that zoning process. In the city council packet, what you'll see for this item.
Will you pause there?
Yep.
I'm going to, Council, I'm going to pull up agenda item number 13 as well as agenda item number 13. Calling up agenda item number 13, discussion and possible action on a draft ordinance regarding zoning regulations for certain outdoor sport court usage in residential areas. Again, as Ms. Wayman described, these are essentially the same issue in two different portions of our code. With that, I'll leave it back to you.
Sure. Just a note on what is in the packet. So the first ordinance in each of these items is the original proposed ordinance provided by our legal counsel. And then the second, each of them has a second ordinance that follows it that does have some proposed edits from Councilmember Brown on those two ordinances. Additionally, some information from last month has been included here, including the Centennial Colorado Pickleball Noise Assessment and the conclusions that Councilmember Brown has drawn from that study.
And
Okay, thank you, Council. Agenda item number 12 and 13 are before you.
I'd like to hear from the city attorney about what he's what he drafted, and if he thinks it's the best way to go about doing this, and efficient and enforceable, reasonable.
Sure. So there's two ordinances before you. The first is based on nuisance law. So it would be an amendment to our code, chapter 18 of our code, that deals with nuisances. Within that particular ordinance, essentially what it does is we define what pickleball is. We define something called continuous play, which would necessitate city council giving some input into what they think a reasonable amount of continuous play would be. In other words, non-interrupted pickleball play. We define what play is, and then as a nuisance, there are three things which would be prohibited. First, No play would occur between certain hours, and there's a PM and an AM, and council would fill those blanks in. No continuous play would be authorized. That is, if city council determines that a certain length of time of continuous play is problematic, and we fill those blanks in, then that would also be prohibited. And then there's a noise prohibition, which prohibits noise over a certain level of decibels at the property line or within 200 feet of the court, based on some techniques taken out of the study that was provided at the last council meeting. That's the nuisance regulations. I'm comfortable with that from a legal standpoint. I'm not going to address policy. That's your job. But from a legal standpoint, I'm comfortable, assuming that the numbers that are put in are reasonable numbers, if that makes sense. On the zoning ordinance, what we've done is we have created another special use permit that requires an individual to get a special use permit in order to have a pickleball court on their property. Again, we define pickleball. We set out that pickleball is an authorized use in a residential district if an individual gets an SUP. The SUP is a zoning change, so if someone wanted to have a pickleball court on their property, they'd have to go through the zoning process. We'd have to have public hearings. Planning and Zoning Commission would make a recommendation. It'd come to City Council, and City Council would ultimately determine whether or not that SUB should be granted. There's an application process. There's a requirement of a site plan. There's a requirement of a noise study. All this the applicant would have to provide. That noise study is based, again, on the documents that were provided at the last city council meeting. The noise study is to demonstrate that the pickleball play shall not produce a noise in excess of a certain number of decibels. Again, that would have to be filled in. That number would be consistent with the nuisance number that we discussed previously. Gives authority to the Planning and Zoning Commission to request additional studies, including a visual analysis of what the court looks like. It also requires them to pay the fees associated with filing the application. It has minimum setbacks that would be set by City Council. The Planning and Zoning would have authority to recommend a reduction in the setback. And Councilmember Brown, I think we missed this one when we were talking about recommendations, so we would make that change in here. If the required noise study demonstrates compliance with the Chapter 18, which is the offenses and nuisances provision, or if the approval is conditioned upon construction of any noise mitigating features. So it gives some authority to reduce the setbacks as part of the special use permit. Planning and Zoning may also recommend additional noise mitigating measures. It states that in no instance shall the midpoint of the court be closer to a neighboring residential lot than to the nearest outside edge of the home on the premises where the court's located. If there's a conflict between setback or distance requirements, the more restrictive setback or distance requirements shall apply. And then there's another provision that if you want to limit the number of pickleball courts that a residents can have, that you would insert that number. We set out standards for issuing the SUP, which are listed. I don't know if you want me to go through them. They're listed in the code. The SUP, we may require adequate parking and ingress and egress to the property. We may require screening and buffering to minimize noise. And then there's a provision for revocation. So if it's determined that they're in violation of any of the plans, terms, conditions, or limitations that are applicable to the SUP, or a violation of any ordinance or regulation that's applicable to pickleball, we have the authority to go through that zoning process again, because it would be a revocation of the SUP, which requires you to go through the zoning process. And we would go through that process through the Planning and Zoning Commission, who would make a recommendation to City Council based on alleged violations as to whether or not the SUP could revoke. And from a zoning legal standpoint, I think this is a legal enforceable ordinance.
And I have some follow-up questions, but if somebody else wants to say something first, that's fine. But do we have other uses that require use permits?
We do.
What are they?
I will pull.
Or an example?
Yeah, well, I can pull them up very easily.
In
We have, like-
residential area?
In resident, no, not
No,
in residential,
no.
only in commercial.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about in
That's-
residential. We
Nothing
don't.
else.
That's
So
what I
thi-
No.
this would
Yeah,
be the first
It's a good
time.
distinction, yes.
Right.
Okay. Another question is, let's say that we limit pickleball courts to 1 court, and somebody's already got 4 courts. Is that going to be retroactively, or I mean, does that mean that they can't have their 4 courts anymore and they have to reduce to
They're
1 court?
More than likely would have vested rights under Chapter 245, but I need to verify that. That's the one thing I haven't verified yet. So,
Okay.
good question.
So we may not get rid of 4 courts by limiting courts to 1,
If they currently exist, there is
if
that
they currently
possibility.
exist. And same with setbacks, I assume?
Yes. They would be
Um,
an existing non-conforming use in those circumstances.
Right, it would just prevent new multiple courts and on the property line.
Or expansion of the existing non-conforming use or structure.
But I assume that the noise limits in the nuisance ordinance that's not in planning and zoning, those would apply immediately
Yes.
and wouldn't have any vested rights or use
No.
rights.
Correct.
Okay,
So you don't have a vested right if it was not installed in compliance with our existing code when it was put in, right?
That's
It
correct.
has
If-
to have been legal at the time it was installed.
That's correct. They would have well, if it was not put in place consistent with the regulations that were in place at the time it was put in place, then no, they don't have any vested rights. It shouldn't be there to begin with because it wasn't legally put there.
and so, but the courts that exist now were legally put there as far as we know, weren't they, or
I'm
not?
Tennis
I'm
court
not aware.
was.
Yeah, but there was no prohibition on pickleball when the pickleball courts were put in, so I don't know how they would be illegal.
Yeah, well, I don't know that we could prohibit somebody from.
If they modified what they had.
It's not
I'm
illegal.
I don't know that we could do that.
It wasn't prohibited.
It
when
wasn't
they did it.
prohibited. We had no prohibition. We had a sports court. That's what we had. I mean,
So the best way to get immediate relief for this problem is the noise decibel limits,
yes.
okay? What about seems like the continuous use elements that you've drafted would also be applicable to an existing court,
Yes.
okay? And then if we did require noise mitigating features as well to an existing court, that seems like something we'd be able to do and that they wouldn't have a vested right to not comply with.
Well, it would be part of so let me say this. If they exceed the noise requirements, they would have to do something to mitigate that or
Right.
not play pickleball.
Right. I understand. And I understand my question was a little bit poor because if the noise mitigating features are part of the conditional or supplemental use permit process and that doesn't apply to vested rights, then that portion of that act wouldn't be effective against an existing use.
I
But
think
if
I follow you.
you followed me, but you found another way to get to it, which is
Yes.
through the noise
Nuisance.
ordinance, which is outside of planning and zoning, and there are no vested use rights there.
For nuisances, that's
For
correct.
nuisances, which we can define anything as a nuisance that we want to define as a
No,
nuisance.
it's not anything. It actually has to have, if someone was to line their driveway with, bright neon colored bowling pins, that's not a nuisance. It may be ugly,
Mhm.
but it's not a nuisance. There has to be some actual detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, which is why In the adoption of the legislative findings that I created for this, I cited the studies that were provided that established that that these noises do create a nuisance.
And I don't suppose, and I'm not saying that we want to do this, but could we just prohibit pickleball in the city limits
Yeah, I think that you probably could.
under general ordinances, or would it have to go under planning and zoning?
It's a use, so it'd have to go under planning and zoning.
Okay. And again, that wouldn't apply to vested use rights.
They would those who are currently using their court, that they've made the modifications to use the court as the sport court for pickleball, would probably have a vested right to continue that.
Okay. Well, I do have a comment, but I don't want to, I want to give someone else a chance if they, go ahead.
Yeah, question, yeah.
Mr. Robinson?
Beside this, this one situation we have with this one property in 4 courts and 16 people playing several hours a day, simultaneously, like what other, pickleball issues have been brought? Have there been some other complaints in this? Okay. So to me, and I don't know what the current situation is with that, if that property, if it's still going on, but I feel like we did something before the last meeting that seemed like they were told to stop, and I don't know if that did stop. Did they, do we have any update on that? Are they still?
They had limited their play substantially after that notice went out, and then at the last council meeting, I was told they were going to pick it back up again for a shortened amount of time. I don't know if that happened though. There was weather and other things involved, so I'm not sure if that happened.
So, yeah, then just quickly, like, I mean, to me, like, I don't, like, if we could figure out a way to stop that kind of use or whatever, that makes, that I can get on board with that. I just feel like there's not many, I mean, how many other situations are we likely to encounter like that? Like with this, tennis court turned into 4 things. And so what concerns me about this, specifically the conditional use permit, is like, I think the most likely use of pickleball court will be a family whose kid wants to play pickleball in the sport court, whose dad goes on Amazon, buys a net, sets up a net, they play it for 2 weeks, and then the net, they get bored with it, the net goes in the side. So what are we gonna make? I just don't think it makes a lot of sense to have them go through a whole planning and zoning process to get and do noise studies and all these engineering plans when that's gonna happen. And what's gonna happen is they're not gonna do it. They're just gonna order the pickleball court and they're gonna play it. And then who's gonna go and like, either they're gonna do it, not gonna do it because they think it's ridiculous, or they just don't know about it. They think that, hey, it's my sport court, I should be able to play sports on it. So that's where my concern is with the conditional use permit. But yeah, that's.
I agree with you on that.
Well, any of this it'd be necessary that it becomes enough of a nuisance that someone complains. And to your point, I wasn't even gonna bring this up, but I was up at the park, I heard the noise of a ball being hit by something repeatedly, and I was like, and it was over by the they have that one pickleball court over at Western Hills, but it was over by the tennis courts, and I was like, well, that seems pretty loud. I mean, so when I left the park, I drove by, and one of the tennis courts is being used for pickleball back over there. Now, whether or not that neighbor complains or anything like that, but it is happening on other tennis courts in the neighborhood, is my point.
Okay.
Or at least it was today.
We also have other pickleball courts being installed as part of construction at
Right. And
at new homes.
Yeah.
And the pool
Yeah.
was granted approval to put in 4 tennis courts.
right.
And they've converted the basketball court to a pickleball court.
Maybe
and
that's
so-
where they were. Maybe it was the basketball
And
court.
so if they convert.
No, it wasn't
if
the
they
basketball
If
court.
they restripe their 4 tennis courts, you could have 17 pickleball courts up there at the pool.
Yep.
So this is not just
But if it's not a noise or a parking problem for the neighbors, then it's not a problem. And I think Alex's point is good, that a typical family that plays pickleball is not the problem. It's the 4 courts with 4 simultaneous doubles games going with 16 players going on for all hours of the day. And that's
Well,
just
and
a
it's-
very extreme
It's the
situation.
volume of people coming
Right.
in from
Yeah,
all over.
Parking
Right.
and
I,
noise.
I would say that's generally true, but if it's a pickleball within, if your neighbor is playing pickleball with his family for an hour a day at a decibel level greater than tolerable, it's a problem.
Yes.
Even though it's just a
Agreed.
family playing.
Agreed.
And so I think we have to address the noise issue,
Agreed
because
completely.
that is also a problem.
Absolutely.
It is, in my mind, it's the main problem,
Mhm.
and there are ways to mitigate that. So the concern I have is the new pickleball courts coming in, not being in a way that will create a greater problem than what we have today. And conversions of existing sport courts and basketball courts and tennis courts to pickleball courts. It's a fun game. Nobody wants to stop pickleball, but there are ways to mitigate the noise, especially when you've got pickleball courts within the obnoxious distance in terms of noise. And I think we need to do it sooner than later.
I do think we can address the existing problem most effectively through the nuisance ordinance amendments that have been proposed. And I don't think that the planning and zoning amendments are going to address this particular problem from what I've heard from council. They might prevent future problems, but again, I think the point that we've heard, you know, that Alec expressed is right too, that most of these uses aren't gonna be a problem, and as you said, Mr. McDuffie, it's not a problem until it's a problem. I mean, if it makes noise, then it's a problem. So I think the noise ordinance, the nuisance ordinance would address it, because I don't wanna go on a heavy-handed solution to one very unusual problem. I just don't wanna ban pickleball in Rollingwood just because one person has taken it to an extreme level of extremely intensive use that's very annoying. When we can solve it by, I like this noise ordinance you drafted. I think if we limit it to no more than 2 hours without a cessation of at least 4 hours, and then say no play between the hours of whatever the park sports hours are, which is I think 8:30 to 8 p.m. We already have no lighting on the courts, and then we just need the noise level limitation. And that, I think, would put an end to the problem that we have now.
One point I want to bring up with you, and that is that if a resident wants to put in a new pickleball court, then I think the one thing I would say in terms of special use permit is that they need to do the noise study so that it goes in correctly at the outset. And so I would think that carrying that forward in a special use permit would be what we would want to do. So that gets the noise study and the mitigation accomplished before the pickleball court is, while it's still in the planning stage, and not have to shut somebody down as a nuisance.
Do we know how much a noise study costs?
It's, I don't think it's terribly expensive. The meter to do what I've read is that the meter to do the decibel study is about $500.
Do we have one at the police department now?
Well, it says that the way this is drafted, it says that the noise study has to be done by a certified acoustical engineer, so that's not just the police officer with a
There's a
decibel meter.
difference between the enforcement and.
Yeah, I was focused on enforcement under the nuisance ordinance, not
May
the
I
planning
finish,
and
Mr.
zoning.
Glasheen?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was responding to Ms. Hudson's
I was
question.
responding to her and you interrupted me.
Oh, well, excuse me.
Thank you. The issue that there's not a noise study required for the nuisance. That is something our police department could be trained to do.
Okay,
For
just
the special use
Just for the special
permit.
use permit? Okay.
Yeah, for the special use permit, it, as drafted, it would require that it be engineered so that the noise level, and so that a study can be presented to the staff at the time of permitting so that they can know that the noise levels that are required can be achieved. And sometimes that mitigation, it's not gonna be inexpensive, but if you're building within 150 feet of another residence, which would be almost any court you'd put in Rollingwood, then you've got to do noise mitigation. The equipment is just not at the level, balls and paddles aren't to the level that reduces the noise enough to make it tolerable to the neighbor. And so that's why you'd want a professional study done so that the staff can be assured that the noise mitigation that's being put in the plan achieves the goal. Gets the noise down to an acceptable level.
I have a question.
So I do as
ahead.
well. So just regardless of the cost, I'm not familiar with the type of study that we're doing. Who does that type of study? Do we know? Is that yes, ma'am?
The ANSI standards are the American National Standards Board. They're common standards for measuring outdoor noise. So almost any acoustical engineer can do it, can do the study. The difficult part is to understand whether you need where to put noise barriers, and there's different kinds of noise barriers. Most are, a draped covering over a fence, or a concrete or other sound absorbing wall and bushes and shrubs. But the Centennial study that I had included in last month's packet and this month's packet, that study comes from an engineering firm that's run by a professional engineer that is also on a referee for U.S. Pickleball Association, and his firm has come out with standards and tests of materials that will do the baffling, and so even U.S. Pickleball Association is coming up to the point where they've had too many courts shut down for noise ordinances, so they're going to the level of saying, here's how you can mitigate this noise so that pickleball can be played in a neighborhood. So basically, there's a lot of that information that is growing day by day for how that noise mitigation can be done. And there are people that do it.
Okay, and I'm only asking from a compliance standpoint. If someone brings in an application and we say you needed to go have a study done, the next thing out of their mouth is going to be,
Where do I get that?
who do I call to do that? And so,
You can find it. And the pickleball
I'm just-
associations are coming up with it.
okay, I'm uncomfortable from a compliance standpoint saying lots of people do it and you can find it. Maybe that's the only answer we have, but that's,
Well, I can read from the studies I've collected.
well, it's not the studies, like I know that the studies exist, but can any resident call up?
Who in Austin can do it?
Right.
I have a question whenever it's
Yeah,
appropriate.
and mine's an open-ended. I would ask you to give some thought on how for us to help folks who might come in. Mr. Glasheen.
My question is, what is the decibel level at which pickleball is acceptable? Measured from the property line.
Measured from the property line, the consensus is that it's 50 decibels. And that comes from an adjustment to what is the typical standard suburban background noise level.
Okay.
So you've got to take it a little bit below the standard suburban background noise level so that it's not perceived as an annoyance
Okay.
because of the staccato nature, impulsive nature of the noise. And so they recommend 50 decibels. The Centennial, city of Centennial settled on 47 decibels. Maybe they're a little quieter. You know, here we have a standard of 60 decibels. I would recommend 50 decibels there. And, you know, for Mr. Logue, it's gonna be, he'll probably have to put up a pretty expensive screen if he still wants to have pickleball, at that location. Or put the kind of fencing that he has on the front side on the other two sides of the court. You know, where there are neighbors and the courts are on the property line. So I think that is the practical consequence for Mr. Lowe, but it's achievable.
I also think the continuous play limitation would essentially shut down his manner of use.
The league play, yes.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's too early to make a motion on this, but I'd like to see us, as to where I'm inclined to go, is I'd like to see us adopt the noise ordinance, nuisance ordinance amendments, because it would have an immediate effect on solving the problem. I'd like to limit continuous play to, say, no more than 2 hours without a cessation of play of at least 4 hours, and that would stop this sort of constant continuous play. I'd like to have fill in the blanks on no play between the hours of, say, 8:30 a.m. and 8 p.m., which I think matches the sports in parks rules. And then I like your 50 decibel noise level, but I would amend that paragraph. It says, as measured from the property line on which the pickleball court is located, I would say on any property line on the lot from which the pickleball court is located, so that it would measure from any of the 4 sides of the lot, or any lot line.
Just one lot line or all 4?
All the lot lines. I'm saying right
Okay.
now, the way it reads, it says from the property line, and I'm concerned that's interpreted as one lot line. And I think it'd be better to as measured from
Okay.
anywhere around that property. And I think-
Isn't the property line all the way around the property?
It says from the property line on which the pickleball court is located, and if it said from the property line of the lot on which the pickleball court is located, it would read more correctly,
Okay.
in my opinion. But there's
It
it's
should
either,
be an on instead of.
it should say on property line of the lot on which the
Oh,
property line is located, would fix it.
That makes sense.
So, hold on. Well, I'm
From-
gonna
From the
jump in because where you're going, I'm gonna make them go back to. So that's a good teaser. So I hear that you're about ready to make a motion.
Well, and whenever
No, I'm ready.
done with the discussion.
But what I want to do is, before anyone makes the motion, what I'm going to ask council to do, whoever makes the motion, and I can accept multiple motions, but I want you to choose. So you've got 2 versions here that are posted in your. So we're on agenda item number 12, first and foremost. You've got 2. You've got 2 versions of ordinance number 2024011712. You've got Mr. Zeck's original version, and then you have Ms. Brown's revised version of Mr. Zeck's original version, which he also looked at
And approved.
and approved. And so,
I'm very comfortable with
right.
the second version.
And I'm only bringing this up because I just need to know for the motion exactly what we're doing, because Desiree is still listening and she's going to kill me if I don't make it very specific. So I just need you to pick which version, and then I'm going to have you go through line by line, and we're going to fill in blanks. So
And that's-
whoever wants to make a motion, happy to take it whenever you want. Just tell me which version you're going to work off of. Then we're going to go through and fill in blanks, and then you can make your motion.
Can we get our public comment before we get to that too?
We
or is
can,
that
and yes,
kinda-
ma'am.
And I think Mr. Glasheen may have had a further comment on the text. If you did, I'd like to hear it.
I don't, that was just that one sort of language on the lot to make it clear that's from any lot, any
Okay.
property line on the lot. And I don't have any problem with any of the amendments that Ms. Brown has come up with. It looks like they're, I'm not sure, it's the underlined parts, right?
All the underlying parts is new.
Okay.
It's
Because
all
I-
new, as a matter of fact. There's nothing that's.
I think, Charlie, the highlighted yellow is what
That's where
I
you need to add.
recommended Charlie add, and Charlie agreed with it.
Well, the
Oh, no,
highlighted
no,
yellow is
and,
blanks.
no. What they have, I'm sorry, Councilmember Brown, what they have in front of them is a clean version of what you and I discussed.
Mhm.
And the highlighted is the area where they need to consider where numbers need to be put in.
We just can't compare the two drafts because there's no
No,
way
and
to
there's,
compare because they both have underlining and there's no highlighting.
and there's no need to compare the two drafts. I would recommend that you use the one that is titled Councilmember Brown's.
Okay,
Because that's the one it's a little,
Yeah.
it's a little,
refined.
it's a little, it's not clear because it is her comments, but it's actually a negotiated ordinance that I am comfortable with.
New and improved.
Okay, so
New and
council,
improved.
New
so
and improved.
unless, council, as notice, unless I am told otherwise, then I am working off of the revised version. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. Happy to take public comment on agenda item number 12 or 13. Both are before us, so happy to take comment if anybody wants to. Come on up. Welcome again. Good to see you. If you would identify yourself for the record.
Good evening, Glenn Harris, 3012 Hatley. I'd like to summarize how we've arrived at this juncture by restating my November 15th request to the City Council. Recognize that pickleball noise is a distinct and unique problem. Clarify existing noise ordinances or author noise ordinance updates that provide clear and enforceable rules for sensible sport court usage. And codify rules or enforce existing rules that support the fact that residential sport courts are not intended to be an athletic club use facility. Recognize the difference between reasonable friends and family usage and a 60-plus member club usage of a residential sport court. What's on the agenda tonight is city regulation to ensure just that, by means of reasonable start and stop times and limits on duration of play, sensible and enforceable noise limitations, and a permitting process for pickleball courts that aims to strike a balance between the ability to play pickleball and doing so without being a nuisance to the Rollingwood community. As requested in the motion to draft these amendments, there are several specifics, fill in the blanks. I'd like to use these public comments as an opportunity to voice my opinion on those. But before I do that, I'd like to emphasize one key aspect of why we're debating this tonight. A residential facility that was permitted as one tennis court has been converted into 4 pickleball courts with no prior consultation with city officials or impacted neighbors on the legality or appropriateness of such a conversion. One tennis court sets a reasonable person expectation for 4 simultaneous players. Tennis sets a reasonable person expectation for a level of volume associated with the game of tennis. Being a residential facility sets a reasonable person expectation for some pragmatic duration of play. 4 pickleball courts with 16 simultaneous players being used by a 60-plus member club with a published schedule for daily and hourly usage is not in keeping with these reasonable expectations. As we've seen through emails and public comments of Rollingwood residents, this has created a situation not in keeping with the spirit of residential zoning. I'm very frustrated by the fact that that tennis court, one tennis court, has been converted into 4 pickleball courts. And the discussion that I heard here tonight that said that's okay is how I heard it. I'm not okay with that. Concerning the amendment specifics, In the Chapter 18 offenses and nuisances, continuous play. I don't know the exact phrasing of the amendment language to enforce this, but a maximum of 2 hours a day in total of pickleball at a private residence seems like a reasonable restriction to me. In total, 2 hours. This is not intended to be arbitrary, but rather some means to address the athletic club usage model. It is a problem. The hours of play, I think we're in agreement. No play between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8:30 a.m., as this is consistent with our city's existing regulations for organized sports on park property. Volume limit, I'd like to give some justification behind this number of 47 decibels. I'm comfortable with 47, I'm comfortable with 50. The number comes from an international and national standards recommendations for impulsive category noises versus continuous noises. It's directly from relevant ISO and ANSI standards. The Centennial Colorado Sanctioned Noise Study says this: research has indicated that highly impulsive sound should receive a 12 to 13 decibel adjustment, and that adjustment is versus continuous sound. Our current city ordinances specify 60 decibels as the continuous noise limit. 60 decibels, subtract 13, gives you 47 decibels as an impulsive sound limit. This is exactly consistent with scientific research, and it's consistent with Centennial Colorado's pickleball ordinances and their conclusions. On the zoning specifics, volume limit, again, same number, 47 decibels. 50, I think I'm okay with that as well, if that's more consistent with our background environment in Austin. On the setback limitations, I'm a firm believer that the noise problems from pickleball would exist whether or not a court is 20 feet or 50 feet specified as a setback value without proper noise abatement measurements. Councilwoman Brown mentioned that within 150 feet of an adjacent property, mitigation is required to make the noise, to bring the noise level down to below those 50 decibel levels. Our lots are just simply not big enough in the city of Rolling Wood to stipulate a setback that would meaningfully reduce the noise impact alone. It takes the noise abatement structures as well. The number of courts, no more than one pickleball court per residential lot. I feel quite strongly about that. I feel quite strongly that allowing someone to convert one tennis court to 4 pickleball courts is not right. As justification for the number of courts, from the Centennial study, an important factor influencing the amount of sound reaching neighboring properties will be the number of pickleball courts. A doubling of the number of courts will result in a doubling of the number of sound sources and therefore the sound power emitted. The only reason to have multiple pickleball courts at one private residence is to facilitate an athletic club usage model. Lastly, I don't think quiet paddles and single court usage alone are going to be sufficient to reduce the noise impact to acceptable limits. If the noise abatement structures are needed, I ask council to also consider enforcing visual standards for the structures similar to our current fencing regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Any questions, council?
Well, as far as we're not saying it's okay that they've created 4 courts. What we're saying is that it wasn't illegal when it happened. That's all. And so we can't say that we can stop the 4 courts because that were put in under existing law because they weren't illegal when they were put in. That was the point I think that we were making in that part of the discussion. And just to be clear, I want you to make sure you understand that the zoning part of the deal isn't going to solve this problem because of vested rights that this homeowner may have under existing uses. But the nuisance ordinance changes we're talking about with the hours of limitations and the noise limits would apply immediately, and I think will solve the problem. So.
And if I could just insert here that while the use of the courts as for pickleball is legal, it is not legal for the use to constitute a nuisance as already stated in our code. which we have already sent a letter to cease and desist, and we are currently enforcing.
And this would tighten up those nuisance rules to make it more enforceable.
Yes.
So I think it's gonna address your concerns.
Appreciate those points.
Thank you. Anything else, council? All right, again, thank you for being here and taking time. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't have a question
Okay,
for him.
thank you.
I do have a question about how what we have proposed impacts Western Hills.
Good question.
Because
Park.
they're in park zone.
Park zone.
Okay, this doesn't matter. The nuisance is a nuisance regardless of where it's located.
Okay, because the way it's,
Say that again.
A nuisance is a nuisance regardless of where it's located, sorry.
okay, because the way it's worded, it says, providing for the regulation of outdoor pickleball play in residential areas.
That's the zoning regulations, not the nuisance regulations.
And one of the changes made there, Sarah, in the second version, is to have it apply to all zoning districts, because every one of our zoning districts touches residential property.
Okay, I thought I was looking at the one that was,
It should have been,
Non-
Charlie, it should have been
zoning.
made, I think.
Should have been in the second zoning version. It's in the packet.
Yeah, that change was made. Section 107, 403 underlined the regulations set, and this is in the zoning ordinance. The regulations set forth in this division shall apply to all land, buildings, and structures in the city.
okay, because,
The Division 1 at line 60, and then there's Division 2 at line 74, and the applicability language is lines 78 and 79.
Yes, to be clear, what we did is, in order to fit this into the SUP provisions of our code in Article 3, there was only one division in that article. So we had to create two divisions. And then on line 60, where it's, this, and I'm talking about the zoning regulations, where we say we've created a new division, notice that's underlined. We then change section 107.3-97 applicability to change article to division, because now it's part of a division 1 as opposed to the entire article. There's a strike of B if we make the zoning change because that's a change I've been recommending we make for a long time. Since we're doing this, we might as well bring it into compliance, what we can do. And then we create Division 2, which is the new section that deals with the special use permit for pickleball, and the applicability of that division says the regulations set forth in this division shall apply to all land, buildings, and structures in the city.
okay,
I hope that was helpful.
I was looking at the non-zoning part of this.
Okay, that is applicable to everywhere.
Well, that was my question, because in the title, it says an ordinance of the city of Rollingwood, yada, yada, for the regulation of
Oh.
outdoor pickleball play in residential areas.
All right, so we'll just have to, in the title, we have to revise that, but the title is not, while it was a mistake, it needs to be revised, the substance is applicable to the entire city.
Okay, that's
So
what I
thank you
was
for
trying to
pointing that out.
clarify,
Thank you.
because 4 pickleball courts is already a problem, and if we have 17 pickleball courts in one location, that's way worse.
I'm making that change
It's a,
right
it's a
now.
great point. It's a good catch. So,
And if we,
And it just goes to show you that 2 lawyers and a city administrator can still miss a word.
so my first inclination was just to address this from a nuisance standpoint and see how that worked. But I'm concerned if we don't have any other, so that's not gonna work for a club. If you say you can't have continuous play for more than 2 hours, how are you gonna enforce that on a club that's open from, 9 to 8 or whatever?
you could instead of saying no continuous play, we could amend that to say no play for more than 2 hours a day. within 150 feet of a neighbor, of a residential property line. And that wouldn't have to go to zoning, and it could, and it would,
But they're
It's a
over
house
there.
right on the other side of the
Yeah.
fence.
yeah, but the pickleball court isn't on the other side of the fence from the Western Hills, is it?
I think they might be putting it on the
It-
tennis court. right
Well,
there.
that's
On the
what we're
tennis
saying,
courts,
yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The tennis courts
They're
are,
gonna be next to residential?
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Well, do we wanna let them play pickleball next to residential and how many courts they wanna build all day
Well,
long?
that's my question. We
Yeah,
don't have
it's a good
anything in
question.
here
Yeah.
to address that. So if we are making the effort to figure out what is currently a problem, what we want to regulate to prevent future problems, this is a potential future problem that we need to consider, because most homeowners are not gonna have room to have, I mean, most homeowners don't have room for a tennis court on their lot in the first place. They might have room for a pickleball court. So going forward, I don't know that there's much likelihood that we would have anybody new put in a situation where there would be 4
Right.
pickleball courts on their
Agreed.
lot. But we do have a situation where we have authorized somebody to put in 4 tennis courts, and they've already converted the basketball court, so that can be used as pickleball court. And we don't have anything that restricts them, and they've already promoted the fact that they've restriped some stuff for pickleball on the existing tennis courts.
The-
And we don't have anything in place that will address that, and, you know, before they go doing that, we need to make sure that they understand what the noise implications are.
And
Go ahead.
I don't think they have fencing. What they've got is they've got plants, right? Do they have fencing there that they could actually put
It's,
noise?
the plants aren't gonna take care of the
There's a
noise.
fence, there's a fence
May-
around
Fence.
the tennis courts.
May I interject here?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you place a decibel level on there that they can't meet, then they're not gonna be able to play pickleball unless they create mitigating measures that reduce the decibel levels.
And I
That's the
thi-
whole point of the noise ordinance.
But I think
They
the
can put as
question
many
was,
pickleball courts as they want, but if it exceeds the noise level provided in the document that y'all approved tonight, they still can't use the courts as pickleball courts.
and I'm for that, I have no problem with that, but I think the question Ms. Hudson was raising, which is a good question, is do we want to prohibit them from playing for more than, say, 2 hours a day? That's,
Okay.
and that's a policy question I don't know where anyone stands on, and, or what the implications of that are. And I was basically trying to carve out an exception by saying if their pickleball courts are not within, say, 100 feet of a property line, then they can
They're
play
exempt.
more than 2 hours a day. But I don't know, and then the answer was, well, their courts are next to a property line.
On
The
the-
courts
They
are like
are?
all the way up to the property line,
Well, that
I'm pretty
sounds
sure.
annoying.
Yeah.
Even with tennis, that sounds annoying. So.
Yeah, but he said it wasn't a problem.
Do you wanna try to limit play for 2 hours a day at
I-
the Western Hills?
I
don't
think
know.
we need to, address that. Here's my analogy. I think it's, based on the conversation tonight, I would limit the continuous play to 2 hours a day, period.
I agree with you, but I think that's gonna be hard on Western Hills, and we might say 2 hours a day on any lots smaller than 4 acres, and
I
that
mean, you
would,
could have two definitions. You could say continuous residential play means one thing and continuous, whatever the other term is.
you're getting into zoning.
But I mean,
Well, here's another way to look at it.
No,
If they,
nuisance.
if they mitigate the noise, if Western Hills mitigates the noise, then the continuous play is not as important a factor. What it does is limit the number of people and the number of vehicles and that sort of thing.
But they're gonna have
If
to
you,
mitigate.
if you,
Go ahead.
you know, if it's not noisy, then is continuous play a problem?
It is for Mr.
Exactly.
Harris.
I know, It is, because it's so close.
But it's not really at Western Hills.
Well, you've got, the problem with Western Hills, I would say, I would just apply the nuisance ordinance to Western Hills. Yes, they planned for pickleball, but they haven't planned, unless they do the noise mitigation. But
Well, I agree
that
on
Western
noise.
Hills is also on some of the highest property in the city. And that noise is gonna go beyond just the neighbors. Because it's on a hill, the noise is gonna travel, and that's why there's the 250 feet of the property line. You've got to abate the noise to that lower decibel level within 250 feet. So that will help. If we,
But we're not even debating whether the noise limit should apply to Western Hills. I think we
It
agree they
does.
should. We
I'm
should-
just telling you what the concept,
I understand, but
all of these
we're
things,
talking about continuous play. That's the question.
I understand that. Is continuous play at Western Hills a problem if you've mitigated to the noise level?
I don't think it is, but that's what I'm saying, we need to have but it's still a problem at Mr. Harris's neighbor, so I think we need to have a prohibit more than 2 hours a day in any lot that's smaller than, say, 3 acres. But the rest of this could apply to all lots.
So, one thing you could do, and I'm just throwing it out.
So, let me ask this question.
Sure.
You're suggesting that you would allow some other level of play than 2 hours a day for Western Hills. What would that be?
I would just only put the 2 hour a day limit on any lots that are smaller than 3 acres, but have the noise limit apply to everybody, including Western Hills.
So they could play from 8:30 in the morning till 8 PM
Correct.
if they're meeting the noise limitations.
Correct. But Mr. Harris's neighbor could only play no more than 2 hours a day during those hours. Because it's any lot smaller than 3 acres should cover it.
So I don't understand what the lot size limitation does, because
It carves out Western Hills.
It carves out Western Hills
So,
from the 2 hour a day limit of play.
but if the point
Well, I
is
think
making
here's the
sure
better-
that there's not a noise issue.
It
Here's
doesn't
the
carve
better
out
way
the
to do
noise.
it.
Doesn't
It
carve out
doesn't
the-
carve out the noise
Wouldn't
issue.
carve out the noise.
From a
It-
drafting standpoint, the way to do this is to say at line 64, no continuous play shall occur on property adjacent to a residential lot. But that,
But
Well,
they
that-
are
that wouldn't-
adjacent.
they're
so
right,
yeah,
they're-
you would
that's
do
they're
it there,
adjacent.
I think.
I think the 3 acre rule would cover it. It would carve them out. And instead of no continuous play, I think it should say no play for more than 2 hours a day on any lot smaller than 3 acres. That would do it.
I don't think our attorney's listening.
He got it. He got it 5 minutes ago.
I was just looking, I was just looking at a place to put it if that's where if that's what you decide to do. I mean, I would put it in the definition of continuous play. Continuous play means play on a lot, less than 3 acres, more than X number of minutes without cessation of play of at least. And you had included some language that says, without cessation of play of a number of hours. So I don't know if you wanted to include that.
I
You
would cut that, and cut the definition of continuous play, and then under B2 on line 64 where it says no continuous play, I would change that to no more than 2 hours of play per day on any lot smaller than 3
Okay, well,
acres.
let's get I'd like to get some consensus. I'd like to draft it here
Yeah.
and get some consensus. So is everybody okay with the 3 acres concept?
It seems
No.
totally
Uh,
random.
Well, it is. It's for purposes of carving out one, it is completely random. Well, it's not random. It's based on the need to carve out a particular business. I'm sorry.
Targeted,
Do we know what the maximum size of a residential lot in Rollingwood is?
none bigger than 3 acres.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's got 3 acres. I mean,
Yeah,
there is the possibility of somebody combining multiple, well,
I don't think it's 3 acres either.
How big is Western Hills, do we know? Can somebody tell us?
I don't think Western Hills is 3 acres.
I mean, it's gonna be under the plat map,
May I make
or the
a,
tax map.
Yes, ma'am.
from a drafting standpoint, it seems to me that doing it on a size level is a zoning regulation. No? Okay. That would be my concern.
Yeah, I'm not
You
concerned
know,
about
and
that. Sorry.
I beg your pardon?
I said, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but I'm not concerned about it from a zoning, I don't think it's a zoning regulation.
Okay.
I guess I don't understand why it's okay to do it at the pool and it's not okay to do it at a house if
Well,
you have to mitigate the noise in either place.
I think the practical matter is we're gonna get complaints when if the usage at the WAC is excessive, and it'll be back in front of us.
Right.
Well, it just seems, from my perspective, that we're requiring the same level of noise mitigation, but to try to restrict Western Hills, which is a commercial property and people,
It's a
New-
park property.
well, it's a park property, but I mean,
It's,
that's
it's,
being used
it's-
commercially.
It's a commercial facility, it's a zone park.
Right. So, and people were aware of that when they purchased their properties and all that type of thing. And to restrict them to 2 hours of play a day, first off, I don't believe that can be monitored adequately and
No, I
enforced
agree.
adequately. And I also feel like it's grossly overreaching of a certified athletic facility. But I do think they need to do major noise mitigation, and hopefully, that will be adequate. And you're absolutely right. If it's not, then I'm sure we'll hear about it, and we'll take another bite at the apple, as our mayor loves to say. But, but,
I think Ms. Brown's right too. Your continuous play provision really is about the traffic and the
Right.
in and out and that sort of thing. And if you're not carving them out of the decibel level, I think you probably have gotten 2/3 of the way there at least. Oh, and
According to TCAD, the legal acreage of that property is 3.1070 acres. So,
So I nailed it.
3.1 acres.
Psychic.
okay, council, let's, I tell you what, let's do this in an effort to sort of narrow this down. Why don't we vote on these three yellow so that we can get something in final form? Again, I'm working off Ms. Brown's version. I would accept a motion to fill in the blanks on lines 48 and 49 on page 2. Then I'd be happy to accept a motion to fill in the blanks on lines 61 and 62 on that same page. And then I'd be happy to take a motion to fill in the blanks on lines 66 and 67. You'll then take action on each one of those, and then we'll have a sense of where you are, and you can then make a motion on the finalized product.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we get council to give us the revised wording along the lines we've been talking about for lines 48 and 49?
Yes, and I don't know that
We haven't changed
We haven't-
anything that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I don't think we've changed.
The first motion then would be to change it and delete 48, 49 definition, and then go to line 64, instead of saying no continuous play shall occur, change that to read no play for more than 2 hours in a day on lots smaller than 3 acres.
Well, I think you can do what you want, but I think you need to probably keep the definition of continuous play.
I don't think you do, because continuous play isn't used anywhere else, and we're not going to regulate it by limits on continuous play, I don't think.
But if you say,
We're limiting it by how many hours per day
If we-
total.
If we delete continue, we do use it somewhere else under B, hours of play, number 2, it says no continuous play shall
Yeah,
occur.
but that's the one I said should be amended to no play for more than
Ah,
2 hours
okay.
per
Oh,
day,
Okay, I
sorry.
missed that.
other than on lots greater than 3 acres.
Y'all just tell me how to
I
draft it.
think we need to keep in the continuous play, because then we may get a situation where somebody's like, I've only played for 5 minutes, and then they start up another half an hour later doing another 5 minutes, and once again we're back into the not able to enforce, not able to really. So I think continuous play needs to be kept in there with the 2-hour limit with continuous play.
We can skin this cat however you want, but I have to do it with the motion, so.
I just think that overcomplicates the drafting and enforcement. I mean, 2 hours, I think, will solve the problem. I just don't see that being a problem if we say no more than 2 hours a day. I think that's gonna be enforceable.
How are you gonna accumulate that 2 hours?
People will know who are interested in the matter.
I mean,
all of
not
this.
unless we have our cops,
Well,
our
no.
police force parked out there.
It can be recorded. I
Well-
mean, how are you gonna enforce continuous play? Are you gonna say, how are you gonna do that? I mean, it's the
All of
same
this
issue.
will require a neighbor to testify against their neighbor in court. That's the only way you'll get proof. They will have to come to court and say, I saw and heard them playing for more than 2 hours.
Turn the phone recorder on.
Yeah,
Turn
that's
the
the only
phone
way,
recorder.
that's the only way this is enforceable. Unless the police officers
Well, I
stand out
start
there for
saying,
2 hours
right,
and listen
it's
to it.
not the only way, but.
Yeah, well, we can get our
We
officers
have
out
more
there.
important things for them to do.
Right.
I could go with take continuous play out because it just simplifies it
Mhm.
and use the language that Councilman Glasheen proposed. No
Okay.
play more than 2 hours in a day.
I'm not gonna do it unless somebody makes a motion.
Well, I thought we were gonna go down line by line.
We are.
Well, I'd say
Okay.
before we do that, I was making a motion to change
I
that
move we
language.
strike lines 48 and 49.
You have a motion to strike lines 48 and 49. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Glasheen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
I
Being-
move,
There being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We have stricken line 48 and 49. I am open to a second motion.
I move on lines 61 and 62 that it shall read, no play shall occur between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8:30 a.m.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr.
McDuffie.
McDuffie. All those in, well, I'm sorry, and I was trying to write 8 p.m. and 8:30 a.m.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Open to a third motion.
On line 64, I would move that subsection 2 be stricken and that it be amended to read, no play shall occur more than 2 hours in a day on lots smaller than 3 acres.
A second. Is that a motion? I seconded it.
On lots more than what?
Small.
On lots smaller than?
3 acres.
Okay, you have a motion by Ms. Brown, and who was that second? You have a
Glasheen.
motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Glasheen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We're doing great. I will accept a fourth motion.
I move that the blank on line 67 be 47 decibels.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. McDuffie. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. There being 4 ayes and 1 nay, motion carries.
Can I repeat it?
Yes,
What
sir.
I have?
Yes, sir.
Rolling Code Court of Ordinances is amended to add 18-56.
I beg you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Charlie.
I'll speak up, I'm sorry. Definitions, we now have two definitions only, pickleball and play, which were not amended. We struck continuous play. Hours of play shall be prohibited between the hours of 8 p.m. and 8:30 a.m. Number 2 has been amended to read, no play shall occur for more than 2 hours per day on lots smaller than 3 acres. And finally, no noise level exceeding 47 decibels.
And line 6, you're gonna strike, in residential areas.
And I will accept a motion to
Yes.
amend the caption of the ordinance to strike in residential areas by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Ms. Brown. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. There being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. And in residential areas, line 6 is stricken.
And I've got another motion on line 69. I would like to discuss, and so I guess I'll make a motion to strike the language or any location within 250 feet of such court.
You have a motion to strike or any location within 250 feet of such court on line 69. Is there a second for discussion? And if not, we can just discuss.
I just wanted to discuss it because the original ordinance measured from the lot line 47 decibels, and I don't know if it's even feasible to get pickleball down to 47 decibels 250 feet away from the court. I just don't know.
That would be the point.
That prohibits pickleball altogether then.
Well,
No.
if you can't get it below that at the property line, how is it gonna be louder 250 feet away?
Here's what the studies say.
No.
If you read those studies, you, seriously, don't mock me.
No, I'm not
please.
mocking you. I'm trying to
Okay.
process what Council Member Hudson said, and
I
I think
would
she
like
made
to
a good point. I understand now that I was misunderstanding it. I think you're quite right, that my concern is misplaced.
Well, I
I
don't
would like
understand.
to address Ms.
Okay,
Hudson's
well, I'll
concern.
recognize
Okay.
Ms. Brown first, then Ms. Hudson, then back to Mr.
Okay.
Glasheen. Yes,
What
ma'am.
the studies say, let's say you've got, you put up a wall on 3 sides, the noise is gonna reflect off those 3 walls and shoot out the 4th wall, and that could be more than 250 feet away. If you read the studies, the
Wait,
problem,
Can you explain that? If you have walls around, if you don't have a wall on the 4th side, there's still a property line there, right?
Correct.
And so
It's-
if you measure
let me
the,
find it, and I'll read it to you.
Yeah.
It's called refraction of noise. And that's depending upon the type of, retaining walls there, where there is noise mitigation, the mitigation, or there are hills or valleys, the noise will travel differently. You can have a point away from the wall, away from the property line, where the noise is gonna be greater than it is at the property line.
because of
Because of the
elevation changes.
Elevation changes and refraction of the noise off of some kind of, wall that, instead of absorbing the sound, makes it bounce off.
Redirects it,
And so
okay,
that's why you have to have within 250 feet.
Okay.
okay, that makes sense, thank you.
I'll withdraw my motion to strike that language. I just didn't understand it. How, how it worked or what the effect
Yeah.
was, so.
Makes sense.
Okay, so that motion is withdrawn. Okay, so you have the changes before you, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 changes before you that were made. Happy to accept a motion, or,
So I understand that this does not require a public hearing because it's not part of the zoning code.
correct.
I am a little concerned about us adopting an ordinance that puts these restrictions in place without having any, because what was posted did not have these limits in here. And we've made changes. And so no residents have seen what it is that we're talking about adopting. And I would propose that we publish this for next month and take up voting on it at that time so that we have opportunity for people to see what we are proposing and come in, because Mr. Harris is the only neighbor that has heard this and had the opportunity to provide his input. I just would prefer we do that before we adopt it and put it in place, and don't give people the opportunity to see the final proposed version and comment on it.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's prudent.
It makes sense, and I think you make a great point. To argue the other side of it, I would say it has been brought up at how many council meetings now? I think 3 is
And
the
the
third
PZ.
one. And we've had tons and tons and tons of public input on it already. And so, I feel like it's been kind of vetted as far as like the issue. So I would be comfortable voting on it. I recognize your point, and I think it's a valid consideration, but I'd still feel comfortable voting on it.
To vote or not to vote? That is the question.
I can go either way.
Well, if you'll make a
I-
motion, I'll second it, but if you want to wait, I understand that too.
Can
I
we
move
hear
that
from
we-
Mr. Harris as far as, I'm wondering how much of a burden one more month would be.
It's not a burden right now because of the
Stop.
notice of violation that was sent to 3016 Matlock.
Okay.
Pickleball play has largely ceased.
Because it's been 20 degrees outside, so nobody's playing pickleball right
No,
now.
I don't think that's gonna stop him.
Next month.
If it stopped before.
I take your point about the weather. There was an immediate cessation of play that occurred after that letter was received.
Yeah.
I think it's being taken seriously, but I do know that the people that play pickleball there did raise their voices at the last meeting about we'd like to have this resolved quickly to know can we play or not play. So having 60 plus people angry at me for another month because they can't play pickleball whatsoever, not really an enjoyable position, but I understand the point.
They could also
Okay.
take these out for a test drive between now and then and see if they have any deep thoughts on it.
So are you proposing that
I-
if we were to pass this and then there was major pushback by the community and whatnot?
I mean, I'm not proposing anything, but
Okay.
if I had sport courts that I was wanting to use again, and I sort of had a telegraphed pass from my council as to where I thought they were going to land, then at least I'd have 30 days to see if I thought that was a workable framework to be able to come back in and either opine on it next month or not. So I'm just saying that's what I would do, but I don't know what others might do.
I didn't quite understand you. You're
I was
saying-
just saying, if this seems to be where the council is headed,
Right.
so regardless of whether you adopt it tonight or wait 30 days, if I were a prudent person watching what this council is maybe going to do, I would go test drive this ordinance
Sure.
to be able to speak on it intelligently at next month. But
Test drive meaning adopt it.
no, I'm saying if I owned a sport court, which to be clear, I don't.
We can't have one.
I would go
Get one
probably.
put in 30
I would
days.
go test drive 8 to 8:30. I would go figure out if the 2 hours a day works. I would go figure out if 47 decibels works, and then I would come in and either be like, I think I can make this work, or I would come in and say, this doesn't work, and here's why. I'm just saying, if I owned a sport court, which I don't, that's what I would do.
But if we,
What I'm not understanding is, does test drive mean adopt this tonight or postpone adoption?
I'm saying if you were to postpone adoption, that is what I would do if I
Okay.
were in Corky's shoes. but I'm not, and I'm not going to vote on it. I'm just dropping some breadcrumbs either direction.
And really, if we do pass it, there's no reason why we can't amend it if it's a problem for somebody. You know, if they come in and say, we want you to change this because X, Y, and Z, that's not that difficult of a task.
Also true.
And also, it would sort of put this issue to rest in all probability if we'd go ahead and pass it. And otherwise, we're going to have more angst and discussion and invite more debate over the whole underlying issue, which I think we've had plenty of already. So I'd support passing it tonight for those reasons.
I really guess what I'm saying is I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another.
Yeah.
It's not
So, yeah.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, I'm more interested in waiting 1 month.
Oh, man.
What do you want to do? It's kind of
I
your,
would go ahead and pass it.
okay. Well, if you make the motion, I'll second it.
I would move adoption of ordinance twenty 2024-1-17-12 as amended pursuant to the discussion of the council this evening.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pass the ordinance as amended. There is discussion because something was brought to my attention that is pertinent and probably is going to even cause you to want to do this more. Explain in terms of timing.
Sure, this ordinance has a penalty clause associated with it, so it needs to be published in a paper before it becomes effective.
So adopting it tonight would,
And how long is that? What's that time?
Every issue of the official newspaper for 2 days. Or one issue of the newspaper if the official newspaper is a weekly paper. So I don't know
It's
which
our
one.
It's a
official
Statesman.
newspaper.
Statesman.
now,
The Statesman.
still the Statesman.
And they run on about a 3 to 4 day, lag where you have to get the information to them. So I would say if this got passed by mid next week, we could have that run in the paper twice.
And how much does it cost?
Too much.
Probably, if I could guess, probably between $200 and $400 for 2 runs.
Is that it?
It is
That's my
the
guess.
Keep Newspapers and Business Lobby.
They're the only game
Which I also don't do that.
Okay.
We'll also post it on our website just in case people don't read that section of the newspaper every day. So,
I have one other question.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
have to rerun it if we came back later and changed the number? From the-
Yes.
okay.
yes.
We would.
Okay, you have a motion and a second. Further discussion, council? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Oh, I'm sorry, there being, Mr. Robinson abstained, so there's being 4 ayes, 1 abstention, motion carries. Okay, that gets us through agenda item number 12, correct?
And I'd like to thank Councilwoman Brown for all her work on this issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, with that, we'll move off of agenda item number 12. You still have agenda item number 13 in front of you. Are you in? Yes, ma'am. Are you in?
I have a recommendation on agenda item 13.
Okay.
I would ask that we pass on agenda item 13 for tonight, and that we ask council to bring back an ordinance that would adopt a special use permit for pickleball and address the number of courts per lot and the requirement for a sound study to be associated with a court permit. And the reason I would do the number of courts per lot, because you don't want to have a situation where you can play pickleball for 2 hours on court 1 and pickleball for another hour on court 3. And it seems for residential purposes, well, I guess it would be across the city. I take back my motion.
Okay.
I think let's have a little bit of discussion and see if there is consensus on having a special use permit for pickleball courts in the residential district and/or any other district on the number of courts per lot. I think there's a reason to have a limit on the number of courts per lot in the residential district. And then secondly, I think we need to have it permitted so that we get the sound study done up front and we don't have to address any future violation as a nuisance. And it would be the same sound standard that we have in the nuisance regulation. That way you would know when a pickleball court is on a on a building permit application, whether it's gonna meet the sound requirements. So
Discussion.
that would be my recommendation, is that we do keep the permitting process. We limit it to the number of courts per lot and sound mitigation, requirement for the sound study to determine that the mitigation is in place before the pickleball permit is issued. And if there's consensus on that, then I think we ask Charlie to draft that and bring it back for next meeting.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm not interested right now in having a special use permit for this. I just think that we should see how the ordinance that was just passed works out. I mean, we could always bring it back. I don't think we need to bring it back next month. I don't think there's any rush for it, in my opinion. Yeah.
And I agree with Mr. Robinson. I'd like to just see how the noise ordinance works out, and then if we need to come back, do that later. But I just don't see people putting in 4 pickleball courts, and especially with this nuisance ordinance, I think it's gonna solve the
I
problem.
think it's gonna be the conversions
True.
that are the problem.
We don't have any other tennis courts in the city though, do we?
I don't know. We have sport courts and we have basketball courts.
We have a couple little tennis courts, but they tend to be very tucked away and
I can't hear you, Mr. Duffy.
I am aware of another tennis court, but it's very much away from other properties and thus far has not been any kind of a problem, or nobody's pointed out that it's a problem.
Yeah, one of the things I think about, like if someone's designing and putting in like a special purpose pickleball court, I guess maybe I could see that, but I think what's gonna happen is people are gonna put sports courts on, and what I've seen is they just roll out a net and they have like a little mat they can place down that has the stripes or whatever on it, and I mean that's the way to want it on the basketball court, at least over at Western Hills is. So it's like, is that a pickleball court or is that a sport court, or how?
Well,
I mean-
and to your point, that's partly where I come down to it too, is I understand pickleball is very loud and, you know, all the problems with it, but I also know that basketball can be quite loud as well, and I think all this gets addressed in the noise ordinance and the nuisance ordinance more than anything else. So I'm inclined to not want to create more regulation than necessary to prevent problems.
Ms. Hudson? Thoughts, since we're straw polling?
Yep.
We might need to do something. And I guess I still have a concern about the conversion of the pickleball courts that we already have. If they were built according to the code in place, I mean, like, so with Western Hills also, they got approval to put in 2 new tennis courts. There was no discussion of them being used as pickleball courts at the time.
It was.
So,
I was at that meeting.
Sure.
Don, can you
Identify yourself
It
if
was
you
in
would.
their application.
Yeah.
Don Hudson, 4902 Rollingwood. That was a long meeting of the, was that planning and zoning that would,
Board of
Board of
Adjustment.
Adjustment.
Board of Adjustment? It was, I think it went past 11 o'clock and I didn't stay for the end, but pickleball was brought up repeatedly, the noise about it. I think one or two of the neighbors who lived near Western Hills, near the pool, were talking specifically about the noise that pickleball creates. So that's in the mix when that was going down. So just that.
are they saying they had a problem with it, or?
Yeah, well, they were aware that pickleball was
Right.
noisy.
That is true. Some people were commenting about it. They were specifically represented as being tennis courts that they were putting in though. And then there was they've converted the basketball court or made changes so that it can be used as that.
And they're using the tennis courts as pickleball, as I observed today.
Right. But if we have things that are authorized, the existing tennis courts were put in as tennis courts. If you have things that are put in as a tennis court that meet the code at the time that they're put in, or a sport court or whatever else, and then you come in later and you modify that, and the surface that you modify is not currently meeting the code, can you modify to something else, to a different use on that same surface, and say it's grandfathered in?
I think someone would say, what counts as modified, obviously, like the striping, then someone might say, hey, I just painted some different stripes on the court.
I would say that's a modification.
That's
You're
what-
using it in a different, you're using it
Yeah.
in a different way.
Yeah.
If I could respond, I think with the change in definition from tennis court to sport court, from the effective date of that ordinance going forward, any court that's meets the definition of sport court would now be authorized. So the question about whether a tennis court could be converted to a pickleball court and under the permit that was issued, say, 5 years ago, is the question Charlie hasn't resolved yet. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if you wanted to prevent now that a sport court includes a pickleball court, if you wanna get notice of a conversion, have some regulatory process for a conversion, require noise mitigation going forward, then you're gonna have to use this, you're gonna have to do a zoning special use permit so that you get notice, the city gets notice that that conversion's gonna happen and can get the noise study done. That's the point I'm trying to make. Going forward, then you would know if you were converting, if you were going to now use a court, any sport court as a pickleball court, there would be a permit process, and the permit process would require the noise study to be done.
That's a good point.
But you can't do it a different way. You could only, otherwise you only regulate it after the fact. You only deal with it as a nuisance and not as not getting it installed correctly at the get-go.
Well, the thing that I think about is that the code, as we had it before, had setback requirements for pools and tennis courts.
I understand, yes, and I understand why we needed to change it.
Right, but if you had a tennis court that was put in before that was in place, that went all the way to the property line, and then you modified it,
I can't
So
answer
that-
that question.
so that, are
Charlotte's
you
gonna have to answer that
allowed to
question.
then put a modified court of any kind
Yeah,
I can't answer
in the
that question.
setback.
I think I hate to answer these type of questions off the top of my head. I'd like to see the question and then I could do the analysis and I can give you the answer.
But that's what I think of when we're talking about all of this and doing a special use permit, and how does that impact the cases that we know we have in town of potential tennis court to pickleball court conversion? Potential or already accomplished conversions. I'm not ready to do this tonight, but.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
That's what I was looking for. One way or the other.
That's-
We're still straw polling, so.
that was my comment.
Okay, so then what I'm hearing, council, is that there's probably not an appetite to actually take action on 13. That gets us back to the original question of Ms. Brown, which is there further instruction to us and to our counselor to bring something back? So we've come full circle back to where we started.
Here's what I would recommend. Here's my motion.
Okay,
I move that we ask the city attorney to bring back a zoning ordinance that would require a special use permit for any pickleball court, any new pickleball court, whether it's conversion or it's a newly built court. And that would address the requirement for a noise study to be done before issuance, compliance with the decibel limitation of 47 decibels, and require a study that affirms that decibel level can be achieved with the design plan.
including number of court
No. No,
not dealing with number of courts, just about
not
this,
dealing with number of courts.
just a study. Okay,
If they have 6 courts, then it needs to deal with simultaneous play on 6 courts.
okay. I'll take that motion if you would just restate it
Again? Okay.
shortly.
I would
Any-
request that we ask the city attorney to bring back an ordinance that would require the permitting as a special use permit for any new pickleball court installed with new construction or converted from an existing sport court to a pickleball court, and require that the permit not be issued unless the applicant can demonstrate that the pickleball court will meet the decibel levels that we've, same decibel levels we've set out in the nuisance ordinance.
Got it. Okay, that, you have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. I feel like we've discussed it a lot, so I'm just gonna call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say no.
No.
Being 3 ayes and 2 nays, motion carries. I think we have our motion of what to bring you back. Any other action to be taken on agenda item number 13? Hearing none, we will move on to agenda item number 14, discussion regarding an amendment to the city's code of ordinances related to short-term rentals of residential amenities. This is Mr. McDuffie's agenda item, and I think you, council, received an email regarding this issue. Mr. McDuffie put it on the agenda for discussion. I'll turn it over to Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Harris sent an email, and I believe, first time I heard about this, I believe this was from you, Councilperson Brown. And I think this is something that is a potential threat out there that we, might be prudent for us to get out ahead of. This is basically Airbnb or VRBO, and now people can rent out or there are apps that are maybe gonna let people rent out their amenities like their pools or their sport courts and that type of thing. And if since we don't allow that with residential properties, I think it might be prudent for us to close this loophole. So,
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Council, what we're looking for here is very similar to what you just did on agenda item number 13. There's nothing before you this evening in terms of an ordinance. I will say this, in our opinion, is probably a very simple ordinance to draft. It probably is just a couple of words. So if you you don't have to take action, or you can give us instruction verbally, it's fine. Just tell us what you would like us to do, and we'll bring, if you would like us to bring back an ordinance related to this, again, I think it would be pretty simple for us to do. And in the meantime,
so I would move that
We're not,
yeah.
we're not posted
Discussion.
for action, so.
Oh.
well, then we'll just have a discussion. Discuss whether you would like us
And if we
to.
talk about that we would like for you to come back with something.
That's all-
Then
that's-
we can talk about that.
Yeah, that's all. That's really, discuss whether you would like us to come back with something. Would you
I
like
think
us to
it's a
come
good
back?
idea.
Okay,
I would like for you to come back.
okay. I'm getting the sense that that's what we're gonna do. All right.
Okay.
And I have a question about that last thing that we just voted for council to do work on zoning ordinance. What's that gonna cost us for that legal work? How many hours of work is that and at what rate?
We have the best deal in town.
I know we
but I'll
have
let
great
him-
counsel, and look, I'm all for Mr. Zach making lots of money and staying fully employed. We don't want him to be out on the streets and.
He would probably argue that it's not a lot of money.
I know, and I'm sure it's not a lot. I'm sure it's a fantastic bargain, but I'm just curious ballpark what that little exercise is supposed to, might cost us.
I always hate forecasting that because I literally have no idea. It depends on
Range.
a number of factors. If they draft it, because it sounds like they've already looked at it, and they give it to me to review, hour.
I'm talking about the past, when
The
we
one
just
before.
finished
Oh.
about the zoning deal
Oh.
and.
2 or
That
3
should
hours.
a couple hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah, no
Thank
more than
you.
2, I wouldn't think.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you very much.
This one's like 10 minutes, though.
I'm sorry. I
Quarter hour.
I missed that you were talking about the
Yeah,
other one.
no,
We'll bundle them together,
Bundle.
too.
and save.
In the meantime, I'm headed to Terrytown to the closest pool that I can find on VRBO. So.
The bulk of the work has already been done. It's just narrowing down what we've
Okay,
already drafted.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay, council. So we have our direction on 14. Thank you for that. And we'll take no action on 14 and move on to agenda item number 15. Discussion regarding clarification of enforcement and penalty provisions with the city's code of ordinances. This is Mr. Zeck and Ms. Wayman, and I'm going to let her explain what this is. We're bringing, this is a clarification, but I'm going to let her explain.
So as we have been working through the commercial code update process, it came to our attention that over the years of different recodifications between different versions of our code, things that were articles maybe have changed to sections and divisions, and not everything, the word of all of our enforcement sections did not necessarily always get fixed as the code changed. So I asked Mr. Zeck to take a look at all of our enforcement sections of our code and just take a look and see if there were things that could use being updated to make sure that we are able to fully enforce everything. And I believe he did a quick brief review of that and does believe that there are some things that we could stand to update.
At the Capitol, we've basically we refer to this as a recodification, so it's really not all that substantive, but trying to tighten up and.
That's right. Yeah, there's some provisions there that do make inappropriate references. Like earlier I said, now we have a division, but the section referred to the article. Well, we have some like that, and then our enforcement provisions where someone separated something out of an article and into a division, and now it references the entire article instead of just the division, as an example. We can also, I don't know if y'all want to do this or not, but we have your standard boilerplate code provisions which say very specifically if there's not a penalty provision associated with a particular prohibition or unlawful activity, it lays out what those
Default.
yeah, their default, what those penalties will be, and they are consistent with state law. So to the extent that you have penalty provisions for a bunch of different sections that simply repeat state law, we could actually delete those. from those areas and just utilize the appropriate code provisions that are already in existence. So I don't know what you want me to do. You may not want me to do anything other than correct the articles and stuff, but I'm just letting you know. Most cities, when they adopt new code provisions, they don't adopt new penalty provisions into the code, because the code already has something that says any violation of this code, if it's a zoning ordinance, it's this penalty. If it's a traffic violation, it's this penalty. If it's not a zoning ordinance, it's this penalty, you know, up to this penalty. So they don't bake the new penalties into the code. They just put it in the ordinance, and then the code provides for it.
And I would weigh in on, I would prefer you all, the discussion that would be my preference. I think it's a cleaner way to draft the code. I think it gives us more certainty going forward, and the most important reason to do it is because then when we just go to one spot and you can address your penalties in that one location, and we don't, as this council changes or the mayorship changes or whatever, you're not constantly having to do this search and destroy, and you literally have to have that institutional knowledge to know where those penalty provisions are. If you've just got your penalty provisions in one spot, then you always know to go there, and that would be my preference from an enforcement standpoint. But we'll do it however you want. Again, this is not posted for action, but if you're okay with this, we'd like to bring you back something along those lines. Right?
Correct.
Right.
Just like some direction.
Sounds great.
Is that okay? And are you okay generally with us peeling those out and putting those enforcement sections in one location for us? Okay. You good with that?
I'm good.
Easier for everybody to follow.
And I just have one question. Would this include variations like stop work orders, any form of enforcement, or is this just when it's $2,000 a day?
It's when it's a criminal fine that
When
goes
it's
to
a
municipal
criminal
court.
fine.
When it goes to
Okay, so
municipal
we're
court.
not
Fines.
addressing
Yeah, it's fines.
stop work orders
Yeah.
when that can be done, or
No, ma'am.
other forms? Okay, great.
Just municipal court criminal penalties.
Okay. I'm in favor.
I think our police department will be too. Just nod.
Just not.
Okay, with that, we'll move off of agenda item 15 and move on to agenda item 16, discussion regarding a park commission request for feedback on a memorial tree project in the park. This is Ms. Wayman, along with Mr. Glasheen, and I'll let you open it up and then recognize Mr. Glasheen.
The Park Commission a couple months ago had been discussing, we had gotten a couple requests in the last year to put a memorial plaque on an existing bench in the park, or do some other way to recognize somebody in the park. And the Park Commission felt that they would like some more organized way to deal with these kind of requests. And so they discussed it, they created a subcommittee, and they came up with the idea of a memorial tree idea as opposed to plaques. And Councilmember Glasheen was kind enough to sponsor this item to come onto the city council agenda because they had discussed it and decided that they would like council feedback before moving forward. They believe that they have an arborist that's willing to pro bono give them some input on kind of what that program might look like, what kinds of trees, locations, things like that. And so before they did any further work on it, they were hoping to get some direction from council on whether it's something you would like them to continue exploring.
And with that, I'll recognize Mr. Glasheen. Again, this is not posted for action. It's in our discuss amongst yourselves category to give them some general thoughts of the council so they know how to move forward. Mr. Glasheen.
Well, I think it's a great idea, and I support the Park Commission's work in going in this direction. It's one of the issues has been memorials and also fundraising. And so as far as memorials, I think it's come up to council before that we don't really want memorial markers all over the park. And I think that's kind of the consensus of the Park Commission as well from the discussion I've heard there. And Mr. Hudson can speak to that more specifically. But I agree with that sentiment. But it is a nice idea for people to be able to sponsor, I think, a tree, and that a very small marker on a tree that says it was sponsored by somebody, whether it's a memorial or just, in honor of somebody, or names a family, you know, almost like the bricks, is a nice idea. And I like the idea of trees because it's a big enough item that you could actually use it as a fundraising item for the park, which I think would be a great idea. Because I think you could, but I think in order to flesh it out, that we should probably, you know, help the park commission, get city staff to help the park commission get cost estimates on such a project so that we could calculate, you know, not just the cost of installing the trees, but an irrigation system. And I think there was some discussion about placing these trees along the fence between the parking lot and the fields, which I strongly support that location for trees because it's a place where we could fit trees and it would make shade. And if we did that, I think it would also fit in with the idea of putting a curb along there to protect the trees, to replace the rocks that are existing there. And I think that was one of the capital improvement projects Mr. Hudson's also recommended to the park commission to move those rocks and protect the trees another way. And that also ties in with drainage. So it might be something where the city staff could help the park commission develop that by getting an engineering plan that would set grades and would be consistent with drainage improvements. And, you know, it'd have to survey the grades to make sure it all works. But I think it's a great idea. I just think it needs city staff involvement. But that's my feeling about it. And on the money on fundraising, I think we should give some guidance also to the park commission once we get cost estimates on what it might take to sponsor a tree, because I know they've thrown out some numbers at park commission, but I'd like to see them think big on it. And I think you could get people to give $5,000 for each tree, and if you put in 10 trees, $50,000 would not only pay for the whole project, but the whole curbing. And I think the curbing would have an additional added benefit of being a fire lane that would make that whole parking lot a lot safer and would allow emergency vehicle access to the back during baseball or swim meets. And if we needed fire trucks back there or an ambulance, it would be a big safety improvement. So anyway, that's my view.
Okay. And just to clarify too, council, so the way this would work, I'll kind of poll you all, but we would go back to park commission, kind of give them a yay or nay, like, yeah, there's some merit here, you should develop this further. So what would then, we would anticipate them kind of developing that project and then making it a true motion and then sending you back something for your official consideration. So with that explanation, Ms. Brown, Memorial Tree Project, lean yes?
I like it.
All right. Mr. Robinson, yeah. Liking it. Okay. Mr. McDuffie. Oh, yeah. Got it. Yeah. Ms. Hudson.
So, in the past.
Oh.
I know. In the past, the trees that we have put in that have been memorials have not been just because somebody made a donation to the park. They have been put in to honor somebody who has contributed significantly to the city. We have like the Hazel Maxwell tree out there, who was a long time, council member, mayor, I don't know. We have a Jess Walters tree out there who was, we call it the voice of Rollingwood, whatever, that lived here for years and did that. So I like the idea of trees honoring people. I guess it's trying to come up with a way to do it where it doesn't feel like, we can't have Candlestick Park anymore because we have to have AT&T Park, or, it's not the Cotton Bowl anyway, it's a mobile, everything has to have somebody's name on it, just because they paid money. That's my only hesitation with the concept is that, it just goes to somebody that turns in money and not because whoever you're honoring has done something significant that we are honoring in the community.
So possibly part of the project could be to give at least some thought to maybe some demonstration of community involvement or some demonstration of community something. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas for you, but
Well, I like the idea of trees in the park. I like the ideas of people being able to contribute and have that. I'm just, it's a change in what we have done in the past with the, being able to have a tree installed in somebody's honor or memory. And in the past, we had, people could donate and you got the tiles when you're donating for the playscape, or when you're we've had other ways to do that were,
and a little bit I know about it. I think that there was some probably shared concerns of what you're expressing is kind of why they shied away from the plaques and all the buy a bench, and I think I think they're sort of on that same program as where they sort of landed at the tree project approach, right? So my guess is the project that they would develop would probably have some considerations for that. I don't know, but
Do you want to speak to this?
welcome.
Don Hudson, 4902 Rollingwood Drive. Yeah, the tree idea was my idea originally, and the Park Commission just ignored it. But then they started looking at what were the options. The subcommittee, and there's enough benches around the park, but there's not enough shade. And they came back with trees are good. They like the row along that Kevin was talking about between Field 2 and the parking area. There's a triangle across the trail from the butterfly garden that's a nice little patch. I like the idea of city council or somebody defining a grove, if it wasn't just a row, but where there were several trees, and it's not just to put them anywhere, it's defined places. There's also concern from the Park Commission about, we don't want this to be a memorial park, and they like the trees, but they don't like the idea of the park being overrun with memorials. So I don't know how you balance that out. I'd say maybe people could put no plaque on it, or maybe a very small plaque. Those are kind of the rough thoughts of the Park Commission.
It sounded like they were leaning towards a small plaque on for trees last time I heard. I missed the last meeting, but the one before, there was a lot of discussion about that. And there was talk about like a very small marker at a tree that, doesn't look like a grave marker, but a small, like, in honor of, or
Yeah, something on the ground.
yeah, on the ground,
yeah.
a small thing. And to your point, I think it could be in honor of other people. Like I could donate for a tree in honor of Sarah Hudson for her service, or Shanti Jackamar for her service to the city, which I think is a very appropriate thing for people to do for one another. But anyway, the plaque, that's why I interrupted you, was about the plaque, because that's my recollection of the meeting, was they were talking about that for a tree.
We would probably, I could see us limiting how much they could put on the plaque. I mean, it's
Right.
that it makes it personal to the people putting it in, but not to anybody who might just see the tree. To them, it's just, if they don't know them, just another name. So those are my thoughts. Those what I saw from the Park Commission. I also think this is great to kind of get some of y'all's thoughts, take them to the Park Commission. That's good stuff.
Thanks for coming and being here from the Park Commission. I
Yeah.
know you've been coming to several meetings, and I think it's really helpful.
Thank you, Don.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I think my thought would be that the Park Commission develop, schematics and the terms, so to speak, that's not a good word, but the terms, so to speak, of how a dedication might be made, where the placement would be, what kind of trees there would be, and come back so that, come back with that kind of detail to the council, so that it's a, you know, it's a fleshed out, it's got some detail to it. The program itself would be fleshed out by the Park Commission. But I think, you know, that would, if you identify the area, then you've identified how many trees there could potentially be. You know, it wouldn't get out of hand. Anybody that wants to donate $500 gets a tree. You know, it wouldn't get out of hand. It would be a program, so to speak, so that people would have ideas of what they could do and still some control over it. So it doesn't become a memorial park. I'm sorry?
Defining, say, a planting of 3 trees somewhere, or the row of, and set the spacing.
Where these trees would be, and then we'd know when, you know, if all of it's, if all the trees that are under the plan have been planted, then
Right.
we find something else, you know, at that point.
And I think that's a great point.
And I think, you know, get a fund, someone who raises funds for public purposes to give you some ideas on how to design the plan.
Okay, I'm going to put all of council in the sure tell us more about it category. And then I'll also point out it is designated as a memorial tree project, so not to be too morbid, but it does seem like you would probably have to pass to
Yeah.
get your tree, so.
Well, maybe we take out the memorial part.
Well, let's leave it to them. Let's just,
All right.
That
I'll leave it.
honor identified service to the community.
There you go. Okay, so we'll tell them that they've got the green light to develop that more and bring you back something more definitive. With that, we'll move off agenda item number 16 and move on to agenda item number 17. Discussion regarding a preliminary recommendation report from the Comprehensive Residential Code Review Committee. I believe this is Ms. Brown's agenda item, and we do have someone here who's waited patiently throughout the evening, and I'll recognize Ms. Brown.
I would like to ask Mr. Bench if he could make a presentation and update us on the recommendations report from the CRCRC.
David Bench, 1 Randolph Place. First off, I'd like to thank you, Mayor and City Council, for giving me the opportunity to bring you up to date on where we are with the CRCRC and our recommendations. As you know, the Comprehensive Residential Code Review Survey completed in early November, and since then the CRCRC has spent many hours individually, in subcommittee, and in public meetings reviewing and analyzing the responses. Our survey efforts were rewarded with a rich set of data that takes a lot of effort to digest. You'll know from the Bowie presentation that we had gotten 274 responses from 218 households, and within that were 2,257 written comments. Now, whenever I say written comments, we're saying maybe anything from 3 words to a full page. And there are quite a few full pages of written comments where people would fill in everything they ever thought about a particular subject. And it's great. You know, it's what a great community we live in here, where people will take the time and really think out their responses. I will say this about the Bowie presentation that you'd seen a couple of months ago, and that is that you can't take the numbers for granted, because the numbers don't really tell the full story. Often we found that the numbers of yeses versus nos, or the it's okay but it's not okay, don't necessarily correspond with the accompanying comments. For instance, and just the easy one, in question 1, are you generally satisfied with the trend of new construction in Rowanwood? it was pretty evenly divided, with 51% saying that they were. Of those 51%, or 140 people, 63 provided written comments. And of those 63 comments, 18 said everything is okay except that the houses that are being built are too large. I'm okay with everything else, but the houses that we're being are too large. Okay, so it really does require you divining through the data to fully understand what the public is telling us. We see similar inconsistencies throughout, and we believe that one of the successes of our survey is that it inspired serious thought about the codes and what's going on around them in their neighborhoods. Now, CRC meetings have centered on aligning our views on what we have read and heard from the public, and more recently, what we're recommending. I got to say that it has been one of the most rewarding collaborative efforts that I've ever been part of. And I'm sincerely appreciative of this committee. This preview that we're going to go through here in a second contains 17 recommendations, each unanimously approved by all 7 CRCRC members. And each was vetted by, for sanity, but with Bryce Cox of Mr. Zeck's organization. More detail is being worked presently in subcommittee, but nearly all these recommendations are solidly supported by survey responses, and I'll show how that happened. I expect that we'll have more detail that we'll be able to share with the public at our next P&Z meeting, because these things are moving quickly now. We've got a lot of momentum behind us. Now, I want you to keep in mind that this is only a preview of where we are. We're not seeking your approval, but there's something here that if there is something here that you find is a non-starter, please shout it out. Or if there's something that is missing or you feel like we should be hitting and we're not, please let me know. So that it would be better to find these things out sooner than later, so that we're not spending on things that we don't want to waste time on. As always, your guidance is appreciated, and I can promise I'll be reporting my observations from this presentation to the CRCRC this coming Monday. I promise we're working hard to get this right. So going to the recommendations, if you'll give me a minute to just kind of go through those. First off, we have constructed a guiding principle, which is to modify the building code to lessen the impact of new residential construction and remodels on established neighborhoods per community input. That is, we're seeking input from the community. What's bothering you, what's not, what do you like, what you don't like? Are there things that we can do about it? Taking building height, which is kind of the star of the show from the beginning of this is really kind of what got us kicked off. Our public is telling us that residential buildings should be no higher than 35 feet at any point. And we got that. 66% of the respondents to the questions around that area support that. We're also hearing that the method for measuring allowable building height should be revised by subcommittee to support a 35-foot maximum. In other words, the 10-foot grace is going away, or at least we're going to make a recommendation to take that out. The subcommittee is in the process right now of developing height specifics that will include a building envelope defined by property boundaries and allowable heights that will constrain the permittable dimensions of a building, and we're supported by 56% on that. And that building envelope will include exposed foundation restrictions. We did not cover foundation restrictions or exposed foundations in the survey. They kind of jumped at us out of the comments, and I'll take that next. We had at least 27 unprompted comments about exposed foundations, saying that folks are surprised by the extent that exposed foundations are showing up in new projects. So we are planning to make a recommendation that the foundation exposure within public view from the right-of-way will not be allowed to exceed 6 feet. And that the foundation exposure within public view must be screened such that the viewable portion does not exceed 2.5 feet or 30 inches. We'll move on down to setbacks. This is a bit nuanced because 66% of the public thought that the setbacks are about right. And 23% said that they were too small, and some 11% said that they were too large. But we heard a lot of comments that went in a lot of different directions on this. And what we're suggesting is that we're going to change both side yard setbacks to 15 feet, where it is currently, where you have a 10-foot on one lot, it would be 15 on the other, or vice versa, whoever gets there first. We never thought that that was a very fair way to accommodate side setbacks. So rather than making it 12.5 feet per, we decided we'll go all the way and just extend it to 15. We're also looking at reducing the street-facing corner lot side yard to 20 feet. It's currently 30. We're going to explore trading 5 feet. And this is actually came out of the comments. People were saying that the front yards are too big and the backyards are too small. And we're asking if there was a way that we could somehow trade out 5 feet in the front yard for 5 feet in the back. Don't know how we'll do that, but we do want to consider it, explore it. Think about how we might be able to do it, and then we'll bring that to you. We're also looking at exploring allowing pools in the rear setback up to 15 feet from the rear property line. Currently, pools are not allowed in the setback at all. But we had gotten a number of suggestions from the public saying, could we just get some of our pool into the setback? This one was an easy one. We put a question out there about driveways that connect two streets, connecting driveways. And 58% of the public said, yeah, why not? What's the problem? Just do it. So our recommendation is going to be remove the ordinance restricting corner lot connecting driveways.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
A corner lot's got two sides. Which one would be the 20 feet? How do you determine which would be the 20 feet?
The side yard facing the street.
Well, two sides will face the street.
Not on a corner lot, no. No, the front yard faces the street. We're not talking about changing that. The side yard that faces the street would be the one that we would talk about reducing.
My question is, if you here's the lot, here's the corner lot.
Yeah,
There's a street here, there's a street here.
that's right.
Which is the side yard?
Well, you tell me, where's the front door on that lot?
So it would be determined by the orientation of the house?
That's correct, yes.
The orientation of the house or the address of the house?
You know, that's a good question. I love that question, actually. I think something ought to be done about that. We do have a number of lots here in Rowanwood where, because of the way that the setback requirements are, they find themselves having a front yard that meets a certain setback requirement and a side yard that actually has the front door on it. And it used to be that you could fairly easily get your address changed to accommodate this, accommodate your setback requirements. It would really be the rear setback that would kind of make the judgment here, okay? And I wonder if that makes sense to do that kind of thing.
There's some history on that.
Yeah,
At one point in time, both the side yard and the front yard were required to be 30.
that's right.
So
They
that
still are.
it's still
If you-
required though.
It's still true.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue.
Sorry.
Yes. And then there was a period of time where if you got the plat approved with a 20-foot setback on one side, then the ordinance setback was ignored. And so the reason for having uniform 30 feet on a corner lot is so that the corner house doesn't extend beyond its neighbor on either side. And so, have y'all talked about that?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
And
I'd like to hear, I'd like to see what.
well, yeah, and I'm wondering, is that really important? Is it? I mean, it's an aesthetic thing more than anything else. It's not a safety issue. It's more aesthetics.
Well, and do your fences match up and,
Yeah.
you know, those kinds of things.
When we get into this a bit more, we'll write more detail
Okay.
into what we're recommending.
Okay.
So this is pretty high level still, but this is the direction we've all agreed to go in.
Okay.
Okay?
Well, I've got a question, like, what data is there data supporting moving the side setbacks to 15 on both, or is that, I agree with you, it's always been problematic that there's the 10 and the 15 and who gets to grab and all of that type of thing. However, I think effectively shrinking everybody's lot or buildable area to 15 on both sides is maybe a bridge too far.
What we want to ensure, we want to maintain what has been in place for years already, and that is a minimum of 25 feet between houses.
Well, except the code is not written that way.
I know,
That's
it
what
isn't
everybody
written
thought
that
it
way.
was supposed
That's
to
right.
be, but
That's
it's not
the-
the way it's
that's
written.
and that's what it wants to be.
Right.
That's what it wants to be. And so we kicked around, well, to be fair, maybe we ought to make it 12 and a half feet. And the discussion just kind of got into the, well, if we ask for 15, maybe it'll just kick back to 12 and a half. But we'll ask for 15 and just see where it goes. So no, nobody specifically, we do not have data that would support changing everything to 15 feet down the line. But we do have data that supports that 25 feet between houses is good.
Yeah, I agree that 25 between houses is good. However, yeah, I have a problem with that, with just going to 15. Also, I'm wondering, there's been a lot of discussion on grandfathering in placement, even if they rebuild, you know, are they allowed to, you know, is there any grandfathering in? Because I think there are that go up to 10 and hasn't been a problem for their neighbor up until now, that type of thing. So I'm just wondering if there's any considerations or any kind of thought process given to grandfathering, especially for reconstruction. You know, are you allowed to build up to that 10-foot line, but not increase your footprint, not increase the
The
nonconformity?
extent of
Okay.
the non-conformance.
Yeah.
We're trying to play down nonconformance.
I understand.
Yeah, it's a complication that it doesn't help things. But I'll tell you what, can I take your question back
Sure.
to committee and just, we'll kick it around and see what we come up with.
I
Yes,
just
sir.
want to say I have the same concern
Mhm.
as Mr. McDuffie. I think you do have data here. I mean, you have 66 people, 66% said it was about right. If you add the 11% that thinks it's too large, which I presumably means that they want it to even be closer to the property line, that's 76% of the people would probably be not in favor of moving the setback to 15.
I think whenever most of the folks that are talking about things being too large are saying that their front yards are too large. Most of it's that.
Yeah, okay. We'll hope.
Yeah.
Are they saying that the setbacks are too
I
large?
mean, I read
Yeah.
it as a
Or
set,
that
it's-
or that the yards are too large?
I mean, the setback, it says setbacks.
Well, the
setbacks are
setback,
too
yeah,
large.
yeah. Well, the
So
setback
setback's
is
too
too,
large,
yeah.
To me, that means they
Yeah,
would
for
like to build
most,
it
you
short.
know, for most places within Rowanwood, you have a 10-foot right-of-way that goes along the street. And then your front yard, you have an additional 30 feet. So the minimum requirement is that the house can't be any closer than 40 feet from the curb. Some people say, well, you know, that's 40 feet of grass that I'm watering. And is that really something that we want to continue to do forever? Maybe there's an opportunity here for us to change it. Now, we're not recommending changing front setbacks, but we are recommending changing setbacks, which has also got the same problem on
But
the
to be
corner
clear,
lot.
you got 2/3 of the community who
Oh,
thinks
yeah.
that it's about.
That's right,
Right,
that's right, yeah.
so-
But
Yeah.
at the same time, like I say, a lot of this stuff is nuanced in the comments.
But you have
Now, I
data
could,
that
I
says-
could fudge these numbers and say, well, the comments say this, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm fully aware of what I put down here so that,
We didn't have
so
a
that you
question
could
that
answer.
said, do you want to change the setback to this specific number? It was just like,
sure,
Right.
yeah, is it supported? Yeah,
I
I
also
think
have,
it's nuts. I think the support seems to me, when I read it, to leave it where it is.
And I guess the question comes up, is everything that we do have to be supported by everything that is in the survey?
Well, we have
Or
some-
do we do things that make sense that somehow hang together in such a way that just make better sense for Rowanwood?
Well, I think y'all should make recommendations and just make it clear whether
Yeah.
it's the committee's view or whether it's supported by the data.
I
And
think
you're
that's
doing
fair.
that. You're being candid.
Yeah,
But it's a great committee, a lot of talented people, and if you've got, in addition to what the survey supports, you have some recommendations for us to consider, make them, and we'll just delineate.
well, also all this is gonna be presented to planning and zoning, to the community, whoever wants to be, so the community can chime in, revolt, do whatever they want to do with whatever the situation comes. But I do have another concern. Well, I want to just discuss on the corner lot. I thought that the reasoning behind mostly the 30 feet is because on corner lots, it's a safety issue seen around as driving and that type of thing. And so I'm just wondering,
I thought it was also having a consistent
it's consistent,
frontage of the homes
yes.
along the street.
I think that's,
And so that's why right
That's what you're
now, the code says that you can have it 20 feet on the side if the back property lines abut, so then you would have 20
That's
feet
right.
on both sides. But if you have, and there are a number of in Rollingwood where the homes don't have abutting back lines, but they have a front yard abutting a side yard, a back lot line abutting a side lot line, and so if you go up to 20 feet here and this is 30 feet on this one, then you're changing the view from the home that is already there by allowing somebody to stick out farther,
that's true.
and so you're
By about
changing
10,
that,
by 10 feet,
right,
yeah.
which is 10 feet.
Yeah.
And I think we also need to consider fire safety.
Yes.
The closer you get the houses, the less safe we are from a fire,
chance to jump.
Actually, that
jumping.
was my argument for changing it to 15 feet on the side, was
Well,
the fire
especially
safety.
when we have projections that are going even farther than the setbacks. So if you don't allow the projections,
Yep,
then that's a difference in the distance between houses. But when you have the setbacks and then you can put the roof farther closer to the next door neighbor.
right. I will tell you that we had some discussion with the fire marshal, Westlake.
Okay.
And we're telling him that we were considering going to 15 feet. He was just delighted. he was just delighted. Oh, that's great. Don't go below 10. So,
Well, Which,
Yeah.
which then encourages the 15 feet, or saying that 10 feet is 10 feet and you don't get any projection, so.
We good? Can I move on?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, yes, thanks. Currently, we do not have a height restriction on fences, and we're going to make a recommendation to make it 8 feet unless the Board of Adjustment grants a special exception. Trees, you know, trees got a lot of positivity behind it. 51% of the folks said that the tree ordinance is doing doing enough, but we also heard a lot of complaints about the trees that are going down. And this was interesting about what you were saying about the Park Commission. You know, we had a question in there about whether or not people would be in favor of private donations or even city money going into planting trees in the right-of-ways. And it was an overwhelmingly positive response. In fact, it was probably the biggest response we got in the whole survey, is that folks were very much in favor of planting more trees in the areas that can be planted. And I'm wondering if that might be a role that the Park Commission might play in how to solve that, how to do something with that. So,
The problem with planting trees in the right of way
in the 10-foot set, 10 foot from the curb.
is that right of way, it doesn't guarantee the tree can stay there, because that right of way can be used.
That's right. That's right.
And so you're really not, and that close to the curb, then most of your growth is over the street. And until the tree gets 18 or 20 feet high, I don't know what the height limitation is, you really have to keep it trimmed, because there's, you
Well,
know,
if you go down Rowanwood Drive, there are an awful lot of trees in the right of way.
that's
you know,
true,
you
but
know.
if that becomes the universal place, and especially BK's Road, because TxDOT won't respect those trees.
Yeah.
But you need to be, I would be cautioned, because you've got, that right-of-way is there because there's a need for it to be a right-of-way and not, so.
Okay.
The other uses of the right-of-way need to be considered.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, at any rate, we have another subcommittee looking at the tree ordinance as it is written today. They're pulling it apart and with a fine-tooth comb, but there are some recommendations that we know up front that we're going to want to do. The current tree ordinance does not have a heritage tree definition, and we want one defined at 24 inches at 4 feet of height. That it will be only by approval by city council that a heritage tree can be removed. We're going to be asking city council to approve the documentation of all the heritage trees within Rowanwood. There are probably fewer than 100, but it shouldn't be that difficult to do. And then also there won't be any excavation through the critical root zone permitted on protected and heritage trees. So you can expect to see those recommendations for the tree ordinance.
I have a question about the trees.
Yes.
It says 51% think it's doing enough, but the actual report that you guys presented like a couple months back said 56. And then, like, why is the number? Why is there a discrepancy in the support for that? 50%, according to the presentation you provided, it said 56% of the people.
I'm
doing
sorry,
that.
this might be a typo.
Okay.
You caught
Well,
me.
it looks like what happened is someone
yeah.
put in 9% blank. Like, why do we have 9% blank there as well? To me, it looks like 9%
Actually,
of
that's
people didn't answer.
9% did not answer the question.
Why didn't we put the 9%? Like, what did we not present? Like, I just think it'd be nice to see, like, the percentage of people that left things blank on the other ones. Why did we specifically call out how many people left it blank here for the trees. It just seems like this is gonna be a
I'll-
very controversial thing.
I will,
And if
yeah, I guess the
50.6%
reason why, I guess the reason why I wrote that in there that way is that, for those 9% that left blank, they included comments. It's kind of funny. They didn't answer the question as to whether or not, they thought that the tree ordinance was doing enough, but they did make comments.
It just makes the number 51, like, think that it's doing enough, look lower than what you showed in the presentation before.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, just. No, that's all, that's the only point I wanted to make.
Okay. All right. Our lighting, we had a question about dark skies. And frankly, we probably didn't do enough description as to what it was we were asking about. So we got answers all over the place. And most of the answers had to do with, I don't want my neighbor's light shining in on my yard. I don't want my neighbor's light shining in my bedroom window. Really wasn't about what we were asking, but that's fine. We got an awful lot of it. And what we've decided to do, and we understand that there's work being done with regard to the commercial corridor on a lighting ordinance, and so we're going to wait for that to come out, and then we're going to try to pigtail it any way we can.
Should be soon.
Yeah. So we're just looking for that, and then we'll look at it and see if it's appropriate for residential. It probably is. We recommend, these are areas where we're recommending doing any current actioning. And one thing, we're not going to talk about the number of stories that are permitted. We're not going to talk about the overall area of what a top story is allowed to be. We're not going to pursue zoning districts, special zoning for special cases involving elevation or topography. We're not going to do, we don't think we're going to do anything with FAR, but we're going to hold that in reserve in case we need to bring it back. And then we're not going to do anything with impervious cover because we believe that the drainage ordinance and the drainage manual takes care of that just fine. I don't think we need any more. So most of the comments around impervious cover had to do with trying to reduce the size of the house. And we think that we've got that covered everywhere else. So just managing house size. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any more questions, I'm glad to answer them. If not, you'll be seeing us again, probably not next month, but soon thereafter.
Can I ask a quick question on
Yes.
the driveways?
Yeah.
Did you all get any input on that? My understanding is that the reason for that was a public safety issue? For having people being able to drive in from one street and out onto another street and cutting corners and, kind of short-circuiting the roads, missing, skipping stop signs, and so there were safety issues for having that in place?
We were not able to validate that. Nobody seems to really know genuinely why that ordinance is in place. And Tom is on our committee, and he doesn't know why. And I'd been to at least one city council meeting and one or two Board of Adjustment meetings where this was being requested. Could we put a connecting driveway between these two streets? One having to do with our daughters are coming of age to learn how to drive. One of the streets that we border is a busy one. We'd like to not have to have their driveway was facing the busy street. They didn't want to have their car back out onto the busy street. They just wanted to have a way to be able to pull straight through. And the Board of Adjustment turned them down because for no other reason that their ordinance says that there's going to be a driveway there. You're not allowed to do that. There wasn't any real reasoning behind it. So we brought this up to see whether or not the public really cared about it. And as far as I can tell, there's really no safety issue. It's up to the property owner to maintain decide whether or not they want to have the driveway or not. And if there were people that were abusing it, I guess the driveway could get blocked off. But I don't see any reason for not allowing someone to do it.
We'll check with the police and some traffic engineers on that to see if there's public safety issues with that one.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
All right, thanks, Dave.
Thank you for your
I
time.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all y'all's
Yeah.
work.
Okay, council, with that, we'll move off of agenda item number 17 and on to agenda item number 18, discussion and possible action to reappoint planning and zoning commission members whose terms are expiring for an additional 2-year term. This is a carryover from last month, and I'll ask Ms. Wayman to open it up.
At the last city council meeting, the city council requested an attendance report as well as some additional information about property holdings for planning and zoning commission members. The attendance report is in the packet, and that other information has been shared with the city council. And so at this time, we have 4 members whose terms are currently ending or just ended in December 2023 and have not yet been reappointed.
Yes, we did.
Okay, council, go ahead.
I have a concern here. I don't know on the, well, actually 2 concerns I'd like to bring up. On the summary of applications, it looks like we really only have, we have 2 people who are seeking appointment to P and Z. Is that correct? And 2 that had filed an application but have declined.
The ones that have declined for the previous vacancy, but they have not, when we resent out, are you still interested? We did not get responses from anybody from P&Z. So they declined in October, but have not stated that same intention for this
and
city
didn't
council.
file a new application.
They didn't withdraw their application. They just declined appointment at that meeting. So they didn't say take it out. They just said, we always reach out ahead and say, hey, you're on the list. You've applied for X commission. There's an opening. Are you interested? And they declined at that opening.
Did you poll them this time?
We did, and we did not get responses.
Okay.
If anybody who responded had the note there in the column, and there was not any at this time.
So we have Ms. Tonginson and Amy Patillo for P&Z.
And supposedly, I guess Mindy and Kendra.
And right.
And it's kind of confusing, the notes, because it seems like they declined. I don't know. I would have taken
And
that out.
then that's what I think we need to understand who it is that's seeking appointment, and I can't tell from this report.
Well, I'm confused also because we have the reappointments. There are 4 people who are up for reappointment. That's what we deferred. Are there any openings in addition to that?
There are not. So
Okay.
we
We
right.
didn't reappoint last month. We
Right, that's what I just said.
So all
I
4
said
of
we
them.
deferred reappointing.
Yes,
Have we,
right, there's,
have we checked with those 4 to see if they still want to continue serving,
They do.
even though one of them has not shown up most of the time?
They have stated they would like to continue serving. We polled everybody before the last council meeting.
And
and
we,
then when the request went out for, the property reports, did that go to, if they owned other property, did that go to everyone?
It went to the entire Planning and Zoning Commission. One member just sent their response in today, and there was an email issue. All of our city emails were going to their junk email.
Well, and I would like to bring this back next month. I'd like to know ahead whether, who is and isn't seeking appointment. And I think we haven't made it general knowledge within the community how many positions are open. So there are 4 positions open with, there are 4 positions open, right, on P and Z?
There are 4 who need to be reappointed, but they do continue to serve until a successor is appointed, and so there are currently no vacancies at this moment.
There's not a vacancy, but there are 4 that are subject to reappointment.
Correct.
Okay. And there's not been a general, I don't think we've done enough work to identify what vacancies there are, or if there is a vacancy. You know, and maybe the council's not concerned about, I don't know what the policy, I'm sorry, I'm just tired. I don't know what the policy is about. We have pending applicants and versus should reappointment be automatic? No, I think we ought to talk about that. I also have a concern with respect to planning and zoning that it become a matter of, there was a comment made by one of the current members regarding the request that other property be identified, insinuating that a council member was improperly raising that issue. And I think we need to make it known to Board of Adjustment and to the P&Z that regardless of how we feel about it, how I feel about it, state law requires these disclosures to be made. And I think they need to be made publicly.
I'm going to stop you there. The state law requires you to disclose a conflict of interest, but I think that there continues to be some confusion about what constitutes a conflict of interest. A conflict of interest, I think, relates to a pecuniary interest in a specific vote as opposed to a broader sort of philosophical.
I think there's 2 pieces to it. One, you've got to file the affidavit if you have what's called a substantial interest. And that identifies for everyone whether there's an issue to be looked into. And the statute says a person has a substantial interest in real property if the interest is an equitable or legal ownership with a fair market value of $2,500 or more. And so,
Which you're voting on.
if you have that kind of interest, then the statute requires that you file the affidavit. And then you abstain from voting if you have the interest and it's foreseeable that action on the matter will have a special economic effect on the value of the property.
But
For example, if I may,
you can't. Sorry.
here's a situation. Let's say I'm on planning and zoning. I own a house. I own other houses in which I have a rent, I either rent them or I'm gonna tear them down and build something new at some point. A question comes up. For example, we'll go, can you rent an amenity on your rental of property? If that goes before planning and zoning and a member of the commission owns a rental property, it's a fair question. I think what the statute's intended to do is to say, will this issue affect your vote? And so you've got to have that, if you've got that substantial interest as defined by statute, you've got to file the affidavit. This shouldn't be a secret.
I'm not saying that that's not a fair consideration for the council to think about. What I'm saying,
You won't know it unless the affidavit's filed.
but what I'm saying is, if it's not, if it's affecting all rental properties the same, that statute is designed to be specific to a vote on that property that has that's what the word special means. It's special to that property, not to the entire class of types of properties. That's my only point. I'm not saying it's not a good, I'm not saying it's not a fair consideration for council. I'm just saying, in terms of the definition of the conflict, that conflict statute is designed to be specific to that property, a pecuniary special interest in that property, as opposed to a whole class of properties.
Yeah, the statute says, in the case of a substantial interest in real property, it is reasonably foreseeable that an action on the matter will have a special economic effect on the value of the property distinguishable from its effect on the public. That's what that's the language from its effect on the public. So it is designed so that it is a special effect for that piece of property specifically, not a class of properties in general.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and you do have to file the affidavit to reveal the substantial interest.
Correct. Yes. If
And we're not doing that.
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
But you only have to file the affidavit if you have an actual conflict of interest. You don't have to file the affidavit if you don't believe you have a conflict of interest. And that's, fortunately or unfortunately, it's up to the individual to make a decision as to whether or not they have that interest, because they're the only ones who can make that distinction.
Then
Quite
I've
honestly.
misunderstood. I thought I read your prior memo to the council to require the affidavit to be filed. Two actions, one, file the affidavit, one, abstain if you have the special economic effect on the property.
No, you only file the affidavit if you have a conflict of interest. That's what the statute says.
I think that's not what your memo said, but
Well, I'll go back and look. I don't remember my memo, but I'll go back and look. But the statute says if a local public official has a substantial interest in a business entity or in real property, the official shall file before a vote or decision on any matter involving the business entity or the real property an affidavit stating the nature and extent of the interest and shall abstain from further petition in the matter if, in the case of a substantial interest, a business entity, the action on the matter will have a special economic effect on the business entity that is distinguishable from the effect on the public, or in the case of a substantial interest in real property, it is reasonably foreseeable that an action on the matter will have a special economic effect on the value of the property distinguishable from its effect on the public.
yes, but I'm focusing on the statute says shall file before the vote an affidavit stating the nature and extent of the interest, and shall abstain if it is a conflict as defined. So there's two actions.
Yes, ma'am. Nobody that I'm aware of interprets this statute to require you to file an affidavit unless you believe you have an actual conflict of interest that requires your abstention.
All right. Then I misunderstood. My recommendation is that we postpone action on item 18 until the next meeting when we know who is potentially seeking appointment.
Is that a motion?
Now that we have,
So seconded.
Is that a motion?
that's motion.
Is that a second?
Second,
You have a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion?
Yeah, I would just point out, I think we do have candidates like applied. I don't know why we need to postpone it again. We have people that have been in the queue, that have been waiting, that are ready to go, so I
Well-
don't,
Well, we don't have any openings.
Right, and we've got 4 to reappoint,
Yeah.
and I would like to go ahead and reappoint the
would-
4 who are up for reappointment, and there are no openings after that.
that's my opinion.
Good arguments. We've got a motion that we'll dispose of, and then I would recognize you for a second motion if that one fails. Pretty simple, straightforward. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Wait a minute, what's? the
We're
vote?
voting to not
You have identified
reappoint
yourself
now
as the swing
for
vote.
this again.
I'll give you a moment to collect yourself. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
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 There being 3 ayes, 2 nays, motion fails. I mean, I'm sorry. Sorry, that's what I get. There being 3 noes, 2
Moment
ayes.
to collect
Yeah,
yourself.
I guess, thank you. Oh, well played. Well played, sir. Gotta take it if I dish it out, right? There being 3 noes, 2 ayes, motion fails. And I'm happy to accept the second motion.
Motion to reappoint Brian Nash, Jeannie Nyer, Michael Hall, and Tony Stein to Planning and Zoning Commission.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen and a second by Mr. Robinson. All those in,
So, and
yes, go
if-
ahead. If this motion passes,
Well, right,
then these
then
4,
then we don't have any openings.
that's correct.
And so that issue goes away. We do have attendance issues that at some point, if we reappoint and the attendance issue continues, then that to me would be a potentially open spot that we should address.
And the council does have the ability to remove someone and replace them at any time. Yeah,
Right.
I have not misstated that, correct?
Because if we start having quorum issues with planning and zoning, and we don't have enough people that are showing up, and then we need to have people that are willing to,
Cancel a public meeting.
right, we have enough people to actually show up and have a meeting occur.
That's correct.
May I? David Bench, One Randolph. I agree with Councilperson Hudson that it would be good to, I think, establish a threshold for number of absences.
We have one
You have it.
Do we?
in our
Yes.
code, yes.
Oh, never mind.
Well, how
We're
do
not,
you,
I bet we're not doing it.
how do you feel about us reappointing somebody who's missed, half the meetings? You want us to reappoint them or not? You're the chair.
I had, there was one person who had been absent more than a number of times. I had a long discussion with him the other day. He assured me that he would make it this year and that he's very interested in staying on. And so, please proceed.
Okay.
Great, thanks. Good input. And with further discussion, hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. There being 5 ayes, no nays.
Correct.
Motion carries. All right, thank you, council. With that, we will move, oh, wait. Is there anything else? Is that it? Okay, with that, we will move off of agenda item number 18 and on to agenda item number 19. Discussion and possible action to make appointments to boards and commissions. I'll take up the BOA first. I'm sorry again, council, that I was not prepared to do this last month. I've done my homework. And my intention here is to, I was very methodical on this and formulaic rather. So in my appointment, I'm going to take anyone, and we checked with everyone. So anyone who is currently an alternate that has desire to move into a permanent position on BOA, I will be making that appointment. We did have one who did not want to do that. So I'm, from that point, just going down to whoever applied first and appointing them in the remaining position that is available, and then taking the next applicant who has also applied and putting that person in one of the alternate openings. That will leave us two at the end of the night, 2 alternate positions still open. So with that, my appointment is Susan Hinton to the regular position 1. My second appointment is Wendy Hunley to the position 3. And my third appointment is Kendra Rollison to alternate 1. Those are my appointments, and they are yours. It's an appointment and retention situation. So those are my appointments. You can I guess they can take no action, which leaves them in place, or you can not retain one or all of them.
So Ellen Wilson wants to stay as an alternate,
She does.
and position 3 is listed on here as the chair.
That's not,
It doesn't have to be the chair. The last person that held position 3 was the chair. We need a chair, but it does not have to be
We do
that
need a
position.
chair, but I think it's confusing to list that position as being the chair and then saying that we are appointing a new person, or considering appointing a new person to be the chairman of the board.
yeah,
of
and that's not,
That's not the
my-
intention.
that's not the intent.
Sure.
Okay.
And the chair does have to be appointed by the Board of Adjustment,
That's right.
elected by the Board of Adjustment.
So to clarify, I'm only appointing the positions, and the board itself elects the chair.
I move we accept the appointment of Susan Hinton to a full
Position,
board position.
position 1. And I'm only saying the positions because it keeps all of our.
That's fine. Okay, that's my motion.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson and a second by Mr. McDuffie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. There being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Okay.
And so the other appointments of Wendy Hundley to a position and Kendra Rollison to a alternate position, are those appointments now made or
Those
not?
appointments are made, yes,
Okay, unless this council makes a motion to
not retain them.
to not retain them.
Well, they're not retained.
I believe I was stating that correctly.
Subject to confirmation by city
Confirmation.
council.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
My misunderstanding of the code.
okay. So there'd have to be a motion to approve those 2 appointments for them to be confirmed. We're like the Senate.
Correct.
That's
or
correct.
Supreme Court.
I
judge.
misstated. It is not appointment retention. It is appointment confirmation. So
And are those the only other 2 that you've nominated?
those are the only other 2 we have. And should you not appoint those 2, we have 4 alternate positions open.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to approve the other 2 appointments of Wendy Hundley and Kendra Rollison.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. Robinson. It's late, so I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor say aye, and all those opposed say no.
No?
No.
No.
There being 3 noes, 2 ayes. Ms. Hunley and Ms. Rollison have not been confirmed, and you
I
have.
move to approve Kendra Rollison, confirm her for the alternate spot.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
You have a motion by Mr. Robinson, a second by Mr. Glasheen. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no.
No.
There being 3 noes, 2 ayes, motion fails. Any other motion?
I was in-
Yeah. you
Mr.
gotta-
Mayor,
you gotta run.
second.
No, at this time we have.
So I'll restate then where we are
I
as of.
think you got that wrong, the vote, the count.
Oh, I did? I'm sorry. Well,
I think she was aye
were you aye?
is
for
to an
Kendra,
alternate
to an
position?
alternate.
The appointment of Ms. Rollison was to an alternate 1 position.
Wait a minute. No, I'm a no vote. I'm sorry. I'm a no vote.
Okay.
So I got it right. Okay, it's late,
right.
and it's possible that I didn't. So okay, so I'll restate where we are right now.
I'll-
So we have, how many people do we have on the ZBA right now? Based on
5.
Now we have
5.
5.
okay, we did.
Well,
5.
5, but 1 is an alternate. So we have 4 regular and 1 alternate currently. So we are short one regular member
Sit,
Oh,
can you
I'm
restate
sorry.
all that?
we currently have 4 regular members and 1 alternate member of the Board of Adjustment, leaving us 1 vacancy in a regular member and 3
Three alternates.
alternates.
And just as as a reminder, you have to have at least 4 to hear any zoning board of adjustment. So if one of those 4 or one of those 4 and one of those 4 has an actual conflict of interest and they have to recuse themselves, and on the off chance the alternate does too, you can't have a meeting.
But wouldn't it be the case that the Ellen Wilson would continue as alternate so that there would be
I'm only going
an
on,
alternate who could fill the position for the upcoming meeting?
I'm only going on what I was just told, which is we have how many vacancies in the alternates?
We have 3 vacant alternates and 1 vacant regular.
3 vacant alternates and 1 vacant. I'm just going on the information provided to me.
Well,
Right, but we have 5 people that are appointed to the Board of Adjustments.
You have 4 regular members. Alternates are typically only go when there's a conflict of interest. That's why you have the alternates, because at least 4 people have to hear the issue. And so if one of them has a conflict, then that's when the alternate takes the position.
We've been using alternates here for absentee
Right.
members
Okay.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so then in essence, your alternate is a regular member because they'll show up for every meeting.
Is a substitute, right, yeah.
Until an appointment is
Until we
made
have-
and
yeah.
confirmed.
Okay, as long as our rules allow for that, it's fine with me.
They do allow. I will state we have had just a teeny bit of issues getting a quorum together with the current number of members we have.
I'm trying to recruit some people.
Yeah.
And in some cases, we have to have a hearing within a certain amount of time. We're not in that position right now, but that can happen on P&Z or the Board of ZBOA.
Yeah. And I do respectfully disagree with the council's decision on this, but it is your prerogative to not allow me my appointment. So we will move on and see who else applies. Okay, what else do we have? Park Commission.
Spring cleanup.
Well, actually, we have Park Commission if
Oh,
you want to make an
yeah.
appointment on Park Commission. Ms. Wayman, will you update us on that?
We currently have 1 vacancy on the Park Commission, and we have currently Diana Wallace has applied. Her application has been in since February 2022, and she is still interested. Dave Raymond still has an application in, but he declined during this appointment. And then we do have a new application for Miss Teresa Brawley from December of 2023 for the Park Commission.
You make a motion. Park Commission.
All right, I move we appoint Diana Wallace for Park Commission.
You have a motion, council. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. McDuffie. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Anything else? Ms. Wayman? Good. All right, moving on to agenda item number 20. Discussion and possible action to set a date for the spring cleanup event. Ms. Wayman?
Spring break this year is March 11th through 15th for Eanes, which means there is not going to be softball or baseball games at the fields on those weekends. That has been confirmed with the Little League and softball. So we generally try to have our spring cleanup on one of those 2 weekends. Just requesting either to select March 9th, Saturday, March 9th, or Saturday, March 16th for the cleanup. We would, if possible, give a first and second option just in case we have any issues with availability of dumpsters or something through the garbage company.
You have a preference?
Staff has no preference.
So it's either the 9th or the 16th,
That's correct.
but unless there's a conflict, so why don't we just say the 9th unless there's a conflict, and then it'll be the 16th.
That works great.
I like that.
Easy.
Make the motion.
I move that we set the spring cleanup for the 9th unless there's a conflict, in which case it will be pushed to the 16th.
You heard the motion. Council, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. McDuffie, a second by Ms. Hudson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 21, report from staff on the status of legal action to trademark the Rollingwood logos. Ms. Wayman.
Our applications are still showing pending with the Secretary of State. I got another contact with them last week, Thursday or Friday, and we are now 45th in line, which was a five jump from last month. And so they said that
Keep it up.
varying times.
By the end of the year, maybe.
Possibly.
Get to us.
Yep. So there's your
Thank you.
monthly update.
All right. And with that, reports are there at the end of the agenda. And with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes. You are adjourned.